let's check this out. See if we can hear ourselves. Checky. Good morning, everybody, if you can hear me. We have severe weather out there currently. It's making its way into Leelanau County. There we go. Let's see if this is working. Weather out there currently? Yes, it is. Cool. Let's make its way into... good morning, everybody. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Leelanau County. You can see right behind me here. That just went into effect. This cell was severe over in Wisconsin. I've been watching it here probably the last hour and a half or so. And it is just across the lake. It is gaining strength as it actually runs into South Manitou Island. And right now it is currently holding quarter-size hail, wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, and is moving east very slowly at 35 miles per hour. So that means a few things. It could mean that you could have some minor flooding as it works its way inland. You are going to see torrential rain, and since it's not moving at 50, 60 miles per hour, it's going to hang around a little bit longer. So again, a lot of lightning probably got woken up by the storm. I know here in Traverse City, it's not even close, and we've been getting some real big rumbles of thunder. So you can only imagine what areas closer to the Lake Michigan shoreline are going through. But here's the latest that we have on this. The severe thunderstorm warning for Leelanau County goes until 7:30 this morning. And what we know is that, one, this cell is actually gaining strength and continuing to move east rather slowly. So what you need to prepare for on the Lake Michigan shoreline is, one, some rather gusty winds coming off the lake, but two, possibly some quarter-size hail and also just some very heavy rain. So if you do know anybody, if you're watching this on socials right now, that is camping in and around the Leelanau County area, might want to give them a heads up to, one, seek shelter, or find some higher ground, because we are going to be looking at this rain lasting probably for the next 45 minutes, and it is going to be relatively heavy. You can see the purples and also the darker colors there in the middle. That is the torrential rain. So that is going to be impacting areas towards the Sleeping Bear Dunes, but also Glen Arbor, and then heading towards Sutton's Bay, then eventually over West Grand Traverse, Old Mission, and East Grand Traverse. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Leelanau County until 7:30 here this morning. And I do have chat up right here on my table. So if you are experiencing anything, and if you want to pass anything along, please feel free to do so. If you have any questions, I will answer them. But also, we'll continue to watch the other side of this line. Let me go grab my mouse real quick. I dropped it off over at the weather computer. There are more showers and storms with this line of storm. It's not severe. Let's just get that out there now. The rest of the line isn't severe, but you can see all the way down to Clare County. We do have a few storms there towards Harrison. You probably got a rocky wake-up call here towards Clare and Harrison as it's moving east, also very slowly. All a part of the line that is severe up towards Leelanau County as we speak. Areas up towards Fife Lake, you have a shower, maybe a rumble of thunder working its way through. But this is the cell that we're watching right now and is severe in Leelanau County as it comes off of Lake Michigan. Now, there's also a lot of lightning with this cell. There you go. Turn the lightning reader on, and you can see it is just peppered with lightning. So, one, this is going to be a very big, bright light show for you as it comes off the lake. But two, there's going to be a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning as the cell works its way in off of Lake Michigan. The other thing is you're going to be looking at the potential for some sizable hail, quarter-size hail. So again, don't want to get caught in this storm, but Glen Arbor, Empire, areas towards Leland, you are going to be seeing the storm here very shortly. Glen Arbor, you're already starting to see some of that heavier rain. Everyone in Leelanau County, Benzie County, even here in Traverse City right now, you're getting woken up by some pretty big rumbles of thunder as we have had that. So, Cheryl, the wind strength is about 60 miles per hour. No, it is moving east-northeast. Joshua, it is moving east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. So one, it is very slow. So that is also the concern, is it's not moving very fast. So this heavy rain could create some minor flooding. Standing water is probably going to be an issue, as we could be seeing possibly an inch or two of rain an hour with this cell. It is coming down pretty good. And this right here, this signature, is the hail. So that is what we're seeing, kind of the core out over the lake. So let's change that and see Let's also look at velocity. Let's see what the winds are looking like at the moment as we put them into motion. The brighter colors are the gusty winds. So the very, very gusty winds right now on the backside of this system as it's moving in, which is not unique by any means. But winds seem to be pretty decent at the surface right now. And when we take a look at the storm relative velocity, yeah, not too bad. It's, again, the gustiest, the core of the winds right now are back off to the west. So right now, winds aren't terrible per se. Let's see what we got with hail. Because I do know there's no rotation. That's good news. There's your hail core. So yeah, the hail is back here off to the west where the winds are currently the gustiest as it's coming in off the lake. But heavy rain, that hail, again, that is what prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. Nobbinway, Mackinac County, you will see a few showers and storms here this morning, but what you need to be concerned with is still back over towards Wisconsin and the western UP at the moment. It'll be hitting Sheboygan then? No. Are they calling for tornadoes? Tornado threat is not 0, but it's like 1%. So it's extremely, extremely unlikely that you see tornadoes. But again, the threat is not 0. It will not be in Sheboygan. Again, this is moving east at 35 miles per hour. So when we back out, I'll show you guys what we're looking at currently with this line of showers and storms. Sorry, I'm staring at my computer, which is about 30 feet away. I believe that's the radar. Yeah, there you go. So here is a look at what's happening. So these are storms that all fired back over in North Dakota. So they actually were strong enough that they lasted this far east. And they're going to continue to feed off of a warm front that is right here. This is the warm front. So these storms are going to slide right along the warm front. This is what the eastern UP and tip of the Mid needs to be worried about later. This will be more later in the morning. This will be 10, 11, noon. This right now is just a little bit of energy that's coming off of Lake Michigan where Leelanau County has their severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. But you can see in between that there isn't much going on. Areas towards Mackinac County, you might get in on this cell, which isn't severe, but it could be some heavier rain. This is the brunt force that we're going to be watching very closely that could be moving in and creating severe weather in the UP later this morning. So again, this is all associated with a low pressure system right here. This low pressure system is working its way to the east-northeast, and this warm front right here is what's feeding the storms as they're working their way east. But you can see all the severe weather right now back in the western UP. That is going to slowly slide east and could translate into severe weather in the eastern UP later this morning. But right now, we currently have that severe thunderstorm warning in Leelanau County because there is a pretty large cell. Again, it's just a stubborn cell off of Lake Michigan that doesn't move very fast. But there you go. That is what we're currently watching with Leelanau County. So Glen Arbor, Empire, areas towards Maple City, you're going to be looking at some very heavy rain, a very windy wake-up call as this cell is moving east at 35 miles per hour, but could have gusts of 60 miles per hour and quarter-size hail, and not to mention torrential rain. So that rain could create some minor flooding as it's not moving very fast to the east. So it could just sit there and give you an inch or two of rain very quickly. So again, we'll watch that closely for you. How far south will it impact? Not very far south. Lorena, Chippewa County will be later this morning. There's just a lot of thunder. Yeah, that cell down in Clare County is, it's trying to develop, but it's just running into, it's not running into the supportive atmosphere. The farther south you have, the atmosphere is not very supportive right now. Lightning in Boyne City. Osceola Cadillac area, it's quiet for right now. It should be quiet for the majority of the day. This is going to be mainly tip of the Mid eastern UP. Thunder and lightning in Boyne. Yeah, you guys will probably, to be honest with you, you're probably getting the lightning from this cell. Will any of this hit Otsego County? It's possible later this morning. But again, not looking favorable for any crazy activity, which is great news. Any severe weather for the Kingsley area today? Again, the farther south you head, not looking favorable. But right now, the only cell we're watching that is severe is this cell, and it's not going to be in Kingsley anytime soon. What about Manistee? No, Manistee is not looking favorable. Maybe later this morning. Again, so everyone asking questions about these areas, areas along M55 and north, it will be possible later this morning. So we're, here, we'll go back here and show you the bigger picture. So this back here in Wisconsin, you see this? That's about the extent of how far south it is going to be going. So when you take a look at Eau Claire, actually it's where my wife is from, Eau Claire down at the bottom of the screen, that is about equal with Cadillac. So you can see it's not very far south. It might develop a little bit farther south. The majority of it is going to be tip of the mitt, eastern UP. So M72 and north has the best chances of seeing some strong to severe weather today. The main window, Tom, is going to be now until about 2 p.m. Yeah, Gail, you have a storm moving through Harrison right now. It's not severe. Yes, it is moving east towards Antrim, but extremely slowly, 35 miles per hour. So again, this could run into some issues as it works its way towards Antrim. But as of right now, this cell is moving in off of Lake Michigan east at 35 miles per hour. So Glen Arbor, Empire, areas towards Leland, they are the ones under the gun right now. North-south Manitou Island, Sutton's Bay, areas, Traverse City, you might catch a little bit of this storm, but I don't think you're going to be anything severe by any means. The majority of what we're watching is right here. The core of this cell is where we're seeing the quarter-inch hail and also the gusty winds around the back side of it. But as it works its way east, you're going to see that torrential rain and a lot of lightning. So all the questions for these areas over here, closer to East Jordan, Charlevoix, they'll be answered here probably in the next hour. As of right now, this thing is just remained its size and just working its way due east very slowly. I've been watching this cell for the last hour and a half as it worked its way from Wisconsin. Again, it is just a smaller severe storm. Yes, you could have some gusty winds. Yes, you could have some hail, but the torrential rain and lightning also added into it. So areas right now, Leelanau County being impacted. Across the bay, Antrim County, areas up into Charlevoix County, you may be impacted here a little bit later, but that won't be for another, hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. Again, this cell is moving extremely slow. So that's why all the questions are going to have to be on hold. We're going to have to see how this evolves as it works its way across Leelanau County. So Leelanau County right now is the one under the gun until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm warning here until 7:30. But behind it, again, the line of storms impacting the western UP down through central Wisconsin right now, that is what we'll watch for later this morning. You could hit a few showers, Tom. What time are you leaving? Are you leaving now? Lejeune Islands won't be until probably around noon, Carol. Yeah, you won't be running into anything right now, Tom. You might run into the leading edge of this by the time you get down here, but you shouldn't be driving through the middle of it by any means. There could be a few showers, Carrie. Nothing major for you. You're going to leave at 8, Casey? Would you say where you're going? I keep thinking this mouse is the one that... Yo. Figure it out. My mouse is all over the place. South Boardman to Torch. Yeah, I wouldn't leave at 8. If you leave at 8, you're going to be in the middle of it. Is this going to hit Charlevoix? It should remain south of Charlevoix. We're in rest range. How's it look for us? You should be fine today. So let's update you on this cell. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Leelanau County. Currently under the gun right now, Glen Arbor. Empire, you're going to remain on the southern edge of this cell, but Glen Arbor areas up towards Leland. Really, Sleeping Bear Dunes. That is where you're going to be looking at the heaviest impact of the storm. Wind gusts could be about 60 miles per hour. Going to be looking at quarter-size hail potentially, and also torrential rain. And it's moving east right now, due east at 35 miles per hour. And this goes until 7:30 for the... It's so hard to see my mouse. There it is. There you go. Severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 for Leelanau County. So again, it is moving extremely slow, and the potential for severe weather is going to be out there for the eastern UP and also the northern lower here until at least early afternoon. So if you're tuning in right now and wondering what your location is looking like, right now this is all we have for severe weather. But there's a line back in the western UP down into Wisconsin. That is the potential for later this morning. So areas up towards Luce, Mackinac, Chippewa, Sheboygan, Emmett, as well as the counties down in Otsego, Charlevoix, and the rest of the northern lower counties. We could have another wave of storms that will be a little bit more widespread later this morning, around 10, 11, noon, 1 and 2. So again, we'll watch that throughout this morning. I have been here since 3:30-ish watching these storms, and this is kind of a leading edge of the warm front. The backside of that low pressure system is what's going to bring that secondary line of storms, and these all developed over in North Dakota yesterday evening, and they continue to just feed off of the warmer air that leads right into northern Michigan. So that's what this cell is doing right now. It's worked its way from Wisconsin, working east, and again, Glen Arbor, Empire, Leland. You are starting to see those extremely gusty winds off the lake as we speak. Let's see what our velocity looks like at the moment. Yeah, the gusty winds. Let's see here if I can find it. It's so hard seeing my computer from 30 feet away. I think it's that one. Oh, this is so laggy. It doesn't translate from one screen to the other very well. See, that's 0. I'm trying to get to there. So those winds are probably about 50 miles. Yeah, 52 miles per hour in the atmosphere right now. So yeah, the winds are on the backside right now. Initial impact is taking place for Leelanau County and the Lake Michigan shoreline. Let's check out the hail situation. No rotation, which is good news. But you can see the hail threat is still back over the lake for the most part. You might be seeing some small hail towards Glen Arbor as well, just north of Empire. But again, this cell, pretty good. No, Cadillac will not be seeing it later this morning, June. Any chance of rotation? There's no rotation that I'm seeing right now, Jason. Need a better cable? Cable for what? Light rain and thunder in Mansalona. Thank you, Carlene. So yeah, the cell that we are, this is just one rogue cell at the moment. I'll back out and show you the rest of the area. But again, Leelanau County, this is your severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30. You can see just a few showers. There is a little cell down here closer to Clare County. And at the moment, Harrison stretching back up, crossing M61. This will be crossing US 127 here shortly, and it goes down towards Clare. But this cell, not severe, does hold some gusty winds. Looks like you might have a little bit of light or small hail, but again, just a big thunder boomer here right now with some heavier rain moving east. Let's move this down and see how far south it reaches right now. So areas towards east of Clare along US 10, just north of Coleman, heading towards Gladwin along M61. Again, this cell is slowly developing. Again, the atmosphere here isn't nearly as supportive as it is farther north. But again, watching this cell closely, Harrison, you are currently seeing the extremely heavy rain and thunder boomers as we speak. And then you get farther south, it looks like Midland is getting a little bit of rain right now. But this is all associated with this cell. You can see the middle, not a whole lot going on for areas towards Cadillac, Everett. But again, these areas to the north, Beaver Island, looks like you might be seeing a cell coming across northern Lake Michigan. You might get clipped by that. And again, everything in the UP right now is not severe. Eastern UP, tip of the mitt, this line back here is what you need to be concerned with. That will be later this morning around 11 o'clock or so. But currently we have this cell coming in off of Lake Michigan for Leelanau County. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in Leelanau County till 7:30. Would I do better going through Kalkaska or through Charlevoix? Kalkaska. Holy smokes. That was a very loud thunder boom. This is the first time I've been in a thunderstorm in this building, and the windows rattle. The old studio didn't have windows. Off East 61, Harrison, heading towards Gladwin, just hearing thunder. Legionella will be later this morning, Terry, probably like noon. Melody, Gaylord will be possibility of some stronger severe weather later this morning. Probably 10-ish, if I had to guess right now. That was the last I looked at it. Drummond Island won't be until probably like 1 or 2 o'clock, Julie. Grayling might see this cell in about 3 hours. So let's update you on this cell. Right now we have severe thunderstorm warning in Leelanau County. This one cell is coming in off of Lake Michigan at the moment. Empire, Glen Arbor, Leland, seeing the heavier rain right now. It looks like the core of it is falling apart a little bit. Back here is where we've been seeing sizable hail. And right now it looks like some of that heavier rain and hail starting to work its way into Glen Arbor, just north of Empire as well. So areas towards Sutton's Bay, you won't see this probably until 7 o'clock-ish when you start seeing some of the heavier rain. The Manitous are just now getting out of it. But again, this cell is moving east at 35 miles per hour. So it is moving very, very slow to the east. So with this, you are going to see extremely heavy rain. And that heavy rain could lead to some minor flooding. Something we'll watch closely there, but also a lot of lightning and some real big rumbles of thunder. Again, this cell started way back in Wisconsin, and I've been watching it here for the last hour and a half or so, and it just now got to Michigan as it left Wisconsin. Let's take a look at what we have update-wise. Yeah, 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So this is just kind of this cell is just a rogue severe cell at the moment. Because you can see the leading edge for everybody else is just a few showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. We have this cell down here in Clare County that we're watching as well. It's not severe, but Harrison right now under the gun with some heavier rain and thunder, and then moving east, crossing US 127 and east along M61. But that is not severe. The severe warning that we do have is for Leelanau County. But areas like Houghton Lake, Higgins Lake, Roscommon, Grayling, areas towards Fife Lake right now, that is where we're seeing the rain showers, the leading edge of this, while this cell is just kind of meandering its way across Lake Michigan. It's not moving very fast at all. When does this cell hit the Williamsburg area? You will see the south edge of this cell and it will probably be an hour-ish. Floating the Asable today, should we be concerned? When are you floating the Asable today, Alyssa? Heading down 127, wait until the storm passes. It's probably going to be, well, we'll see how it evolves. But it'll probably be this cell as it is right now, probably some gusty winds and heavy rain, crossing 127 at that time. So if you can leave earlier, the better, or later, the better. Around 11, yeah, I would definitely not leave float at 11. Where are you going to be floating at, Alyssa? The farther east, it'll be later in the morning, early afternoon that you see the storms. Frankfurt area about 9. Oh, you'll be fine, Melissa. Oh, you're doing Grayling? Yeah, 11 would not be ideal. Charlevoix, any severe weather for Charlevoix will be later this morning. Unless this hole starts filling in, but I don't think it will. Again, if you're just tuning in, we have one rogue cell right now that is severe in Leelanau County. But for areas throughout northern Michigan, the eastern UP, tip of the mitt, rest of the northern lower, this is what you have to be concerned with back in Wisconsin. So this back here, this is going to continue. You can see it stretches all the way to Minneapolis. And this is going to continue to kind of work its way east and also develop to the southwest. So areas north of M72 will have a second round of storms working its way in. So areas of the eastern UP, tip of the mitt, this is what's going to be working its way in around 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, 1, 2 o'clock, and working its way across the northern lower. Do you anticipate to get more or less organized as it moves inland? I do not anticipate this getting organized at all. The more organization will be the line of storms off to our west that you're looking at right now. Do I have the SPC on here? I think I do. I'll show you the SPC, updated SPC. There you go. That's what it looks like for today. Hasn't changed much. That is the SPC outlook for today. So level 2 in the UP as well as the northern lower counties. That is isolated severe storms. And I know everyone's asking about the potential for tornadic activity. It is like 1%. It's not 0. So it is extremely, extremely slim, but we can't rule out the chance for a tornado. With this cell in Leelanau County, no, a tornado is not looking likely at all. It is just a severe thunderstorm right now with wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, possibly some sizable hail, but again, possibly some minor flooding too, because this is moving east at 35 miles per hour. So it is not moving quickly at all. Rapid City. Where is that? Antrim? I can't remember where Rapid City is. Is Rapid City in Leelanau County? Or am I thinking of Maple City? Kingsley, Kalkaska. Kingsley, you might get some thunder boomers, but again, the main line will be later this morning. That could give Kingsley some severe weather. Kalkaska, when will it be over? So anybody asking about the time frame of storms moving in will be now until 2 p.m. Hulbert, Paradise area, later this morning. Clare County. Clare has a cell right now, but it's not severe. but they will not be seeing, they have a very small chance of seeing any severe weather later today. Elma, not looking likely to have severe weather in Elma. Will it hit Alpena? Yeah, later this morning. More around noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. They're going straight east right now, Joe. Quiet in Lewiston, stay dry, walking the dogs. Yes, Cindy, you won't see anything until late this morning. Rapid City is on the south side of Torch Lake. Oh, yeah, so you will probably see this cell in hour and a half. Blowing like crazy in Glen Arbor. What up, Lyle? Petoskey area. Petoskey is fine for now, but you could have severe weather later this morning, around 10, 11 o'clock. So Glen Arbor, yeah, Glen Arbor is definitely in the blow zone right now, if you will. That purple and that dark, that black, that is where you'll see some hail, but also torrential rains. But as this is coming in, you're also starting to get those extremely gusty winds. So right now, areas throughout Leelanau County until 7:30, severe thunderstorm warning for this cell, moving east at 35 miles per hour. We've already seen the studio rocked by thunder here, so there's a lot of lightning with this, which is also telling me that there's enough strength to keep this severe. It's not seeing ridiculous regenerative values by any means, so it's not just continuing to regenerate, but it is holding together. There's enough juice in the atmosphere to hold this together at its current state. It's not really organized, but it is moving slowly to the east. Sutton's Bay getting into the moderate rain. Now Leland's seeing some very heavy rain, but the Lake Michigan shoreline getting battered at the moment in Leelanau County. So if you know anybody that is camping in Leelanau County, one, let them know. Give them a heads up. Hey, severe storm on the way in. But also make sure that if you have any travel plans right now in the next 20 minutes in Leelanau County, just wait it out because this is going to be extremely hard to maneuver through at the moment. That reflectivity right now is extreme. Let's see what the hail core looks like or what we got for hail. Velocity wise, yeah, those gusty winds, like you mentioned in Glen Arbor, the lighter or turnover to blue, that is some really gusty winds. So Glen Arbor is just now starting to get in those heavier winds. Areas south of Empire actually have some pretty gusty winds at the moment as well. Let's take a look at velocity. And I don't see any rotation. There's a little bit up towards Glen Arbor, but it's not organized by any means. So no tornadic activity. The rotation detector, there's a little bit just south of Glen Arbor. So there's a little bit of mixing in the clouds, but nothing major. Nothing to be concerned with at the moment. So there's your hail. Yeah, there's a lot of hail through here. Oh, what is this? Severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Traverse County. All right, so they've updated us. Oh, they must have moved it over. Yep, there it is. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Grand Traverse County. Why it goes that far south, I'm not certain. Can read it and find out here in shortly. But they've extended this warning now into Old Mission Peninsula, including Traverse City. And then also Kingsley, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Not certain as why they've put you under it, but let's read what they've released. So they said severe thunderstorm warning for northern Benzie County, Grand Traverse County until 8 a.m. It's moving east at 30 miles per hour. Ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Okay, so ping pong ball size hail. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Traverse County, but this is moving east. So I'm not sure why they've included northern Benzie County in this, unless they think that it is going to develop south, unless they're including that cell. But again, I'm not certain on that one. But yes, right here, Leelanau County, that severe thunderstorm that's working its way through, capable of ping pong ball size hail, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, and again, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So it is moving extremely slow. So what you need to know with that is this torrential rain could definitely lead to some flooding issues. So if you are going to be out and about, remember, if you see standing water on roadways, turn around, don't drown, because you never know what's underneath that water. So be extremely careful if you are going to be traveling through Leelanau County here throughout the next hour or so. But Grand Traverse County as well, this is slowly working its way east, will be impacting Traverse City on the far southern edge of that cell, while Old Mission Peninsula, you are also going to be kind of in the bullseye for this cell as it moves east. Now over here towards Antrim, northern Kalkaska, southern Charlevoix, yeah, you will see this probably in the next 2 hours, hour and a half, so it is going to take a bit to get to you. But again, Leelanau County, severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30. Grand Traverse, you've been added to the warning. That goes until 8. Not certain, again, why they made it this far south, but right now this is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Already booming and lightning and Wolverine. Yeah, there's a few cells off to the north right now, but they're not severe. You can see up here is just a few cells. It's warmer, so with the warm front and the warm air, you're going to get a little bit more lightning. So let's actually turn, if I can find my mouse. I'm a mile away from my computer. There's a little bit of lightning, not much this far north. Again, it's right here. This cell has a lot of lightning with it. And then we have a cell down here in Clare County as well. Again, this is not severe. Let me turn lightning off though, so you can see it. This is moving into Gladwin County, moving east as well at about 30, 35 miles per hour. It's associated with the cell back up in Leelanau County, but this cell is slowly working its way east towards Gladwin, as well as areas into northern Gladwin County. But again, it's struggling to continue to kind of develop. So at the moment, it's heavy rain, maybe some small hail, some definitely rumbles of thunder in there, but it's not severe. This is our only severe cell at the moment. And again, Leelanau County, Grand Traverse County, severe thunderstorm warnings until 7:30 for Leelanau County, until 8 for Grand Traverse County. Will this make it to Mayo? Yes, way later this morning. Raining hard in Northport, lots of lightning and thunder. Yes, Trey. It'll be later this morning. Indian River has a chance for some severe weather. Lots of hail and heavy rain in Glen Arbor, yes. Where we have this cell right now, should be sliding by Glen Arbor at the moment. That pink, purple, darker colors, that is the core of this system right now. So Empire has some extremely heavy rain at the moment. This is sliding east slowly. So this should be leaving Glen Arbor here very shortly with this core, but there's another one that could impact you. Again, the National Weather Service has said that ping pong ball size hail will be possible, as well as winds of 60 miles per hour. So again, Leelanau County, Lake Michigan shoreline from Leland all the way down to Empire. Be on your toes. This is slowly working its way east, so it will be working its way towards Sutton's Bay, as well as areas right now closer to Traverse City, Lake Ann. You're just going to have some rumbles of thunder, some rain showers, but this is going to remain north of you. Again, not sure why they put you under the severe thunderstorm warning unless they thought it was going to try to develop to the south. But Old Mission Peninsula, you'll be the next one up after Sutton's Bay. This is going to track across West Grand Traverse Bay, impact Old Mission Peninsula, track across East Grand Traverse Bay, impact areas towards Elk Rapids. Again, Traverse City, Acme areas. You will see a little bit of this system, but you will definitely not be in the core of this system. The core is right here. That is where the concern is for the sizable hail, the torrential rain that could create some minor flooding, and then the winds will be impacting, again, the majority of Leelanau County, slowly working towards Old Mission Peninsula. Levels later this morning. What is the timing for Kalkaska? Kalkaska should remain south of this cell, but you'll get scraped by it. Again, if you're just tuning in, our main concern with more severe weather later this morning is the line back through the UP and into Wisconsin, this cell. or this line I should say. This is what the concern is for northern Michigan later this morning. So around 10, 11, noon, 1, 2, this will be impacting areas of the northern lower, eastern UP, and that's the main concern for more severe weather. Right now, this is just kind of a rogue cell that is severe, impacting Leelanau and Grand Traverse and northern Benzie counties. Later this morning, Lisa, will it pick up speed once it hits land? Do you predict? No, it will not pick up speed. Turn the hail back on. There's your storm threats. The hail is confined to Leelanau County at the moment, a little bit in northern, possibly in northern Benzie. But again, that's the hail core right there, right in the central portions. The latest return just had it getting stronger there for central Leelanau County. The hail potential, strength, what else we got? There's a hail swath, so it follows it. Let's look at winds. Oh yeah, some pretty good winds right there. So yeah, definitely have some gusty winds. Not seeing any organized rotation, but what you're looking at here with the reds and greens, this is winds going into the radar and winds going out of the radar. When you have greens and reds mixing, that just shows you that there's a little bit of rotation. Nothing organized here right now when it comes to rotation. The brighter and the tighter that the red's meeting the green, that would signify rotation and possibly a tornado. But this is not yelling at me that there's any organized rotation right now. There's quite a bit of mixing, but nothing, no tornadic activity that I am seeing. But Leelanau County right now, you are getting battered. Again, extremely heavy rain, sizable hail, ping pong ball size hail, as well as wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. That is working its way east, due east at 30 miles per hour. That is why the flooding concern is there, because this is moving extremely slow. And if there is a hail core in there that is passing through, more than likely you're going to see a little bit of that hail accumulate. But this is moving east. Traverse City will start getting into some heavier rain here and probably some more good rumbles of thunder. Old Mission Peninsula, you're now starting to get into the heavier rain. Let's see what the lightning looks like. There's a lot of lightning when it came off of Lake Michigan. That's still a good amount. Eastern UP will be later this morning. East Jordan around 4 p.m. It's our grand parade for Freedom Festival. You'll be fine by then, Tracy. Dafter, Sioux area, approximate time, approximately noon. What does it look like for the island today? Potential for severe weather around midday, and then drier, nicer, hot this afternoon, evening. Is Sheboygan going to see any of this heavy stuff later this morning? Glad I could help, Megan. No need to be anxious about weather, right? The best thing you can do is be prepared for it. No need to be scared, be prepared. Leelanau is getting soaked. Yeah, it is extremely, extremely windy and wet. This cell's like confined perfectly into Leelanau County. Like it doesn't go much out. It's like it's like a kindergartner's drawing, if you will. Like it's just like almost perfect in the lines, but not quite perfect, is just like Leelanau County. That's about it. And it's going to continue to move east. So Old Mission Peninsula, you'll be in this heavy section of the hail, the wind, the heavy rain here very shortly. But it is moving due east. Like it has not varied. It is moving due east very slowly. So areas over towards East Jordan, Mansalona, Charlevoix, Elk Rapids, like you will be in this probably in the next hour, but it's taking forever to move. Again, another reason why this storm is a little bit different than what's behind it, because it is moving so slow. Will Lewiston have to worry about the Widowmakers coming down from the ice storm in March? I don't know. It's the quiet before the storm in TC. Antrim will be probably in the next hour with this cell. The next wave of storms will be later this morning, right around noon. Atlanta will be midday, 1 o'clock. Elk Rapids, probably in the next half hour, 45 minutes with this cell. Good morning, Whitney. Light rain and thunder in Gaylord. Yeah, the cells, this is the, again, if you're just tuning in, this is the only rogue cell that we have that is severe out there. This is all in front of the bigger storm maker, which is off to our west-northwest. I think we're getting a little bit of hail in TC. So when I back out, I'll show you guys kind of what we're dealing with right now. So when we back out, you can see that there's a leading edge to this system, right? It goes all the way to Detroit, back up to Traverse City. So this is a broken line of storms. So it's not organized by any means, but it's a broken line of storms that is slowly kind of working their way east. There's a little bit of moisture in the atmosphere that is keeping them together. But when you look to the north, what we have right now is a low pressure system up here. So this low pressure system is moving northeast, but with it you have a warm front that is dragging, and with that warm front we have a line of storms that goes all the way back that is severe towards Wisconsin, western UP, slowly marching into the central UP. This line could bring more severe weather into the eastern UP and tip the mid. That is what we're waiting for more severe weather later this morning. This cell that we have in Leelanau County just happened to be so slow and powerful enough to be severe as it crossed Lake Michigan, and it is now just kind of meandering into northern Michigan. And look at it, it's perfectly in Leelanau County. Like, it doesn't go anywhere else. But Grand Traverse County, you were added to the severe thunderstorm warning. I'm guessing it's for Old Mission Peninsula in particular as this moves east across West Grand Traverse Bay. Houghton Lake shouldn't have any severe weather worries for today, Suzette. If you do, it'll be minimal. And later this morning. Rain is starting on east side of East Bay. 31 corridor. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that, brother. Got a tribe CC from Houghton Lake. When will the storm stop? This wave, or this cell, will be done probably around, from Houghton Lake, probably in the next hour and a half. You'll be okay to drive from Houghton Lake. I mean, you could drive through it. Just take your time. That's a tough question. Honor, possibly later this morning with that line back in Wisconsin. So yeah, we have the severe thunderstorm warning in Leelanau County until 7:30. That's what's currently taking place in Leelanau County. Again, it is moving east at 30 miles per hour, so extremely slow moving cell with possible ping pong ball size hail and also 16 mile per hour winds. And that is moving east towards Old Mission Peninsula right here, and then also eventually towards Elk Rapids, as well as areas just north of Acme. But areas towards Glen Arbor, Empire, Leland, Northport has seen some heavier rain showers. Sutton's Bay is now in the thick of things, but this rain, as well as hail and lightning, this has just battered Leelanau County here over the last 45 minutes. Northern Grand Traverse, northern Benzie counties, you're seeing a little bit of runoff from this storm system, but again, the majority of the issues we have with this cell is still north into Leelanau County. Will eventually work its way across the bay. I'm thinking that's hail pelting the windows. Dime-sized hail in Maple City. Thank you, Pat. Appreciate that. I'll relay that right now to the National Weather Service, because we have that. A new cell popped up near Homer on the east side. Yeah, it's following this line. I'm probably. Or you mean honor? Right there, that guy. It's just trying to feed a little bit farther south. This is exactly where the barrier is, so I'm assuming that's why it's developed a little bit. We'll see how it works its way to the east. Hail and Empire. Thank you, Amanda. When will it be over in Charlevoix? This cell will not be in Charlevoix, but you will see a line of storms later this morning. So yeah, this is the cell that we're currently warned. Areas to the north, you just have a few showers, thunderstorms, nothing major. This cell came in hot and heavy off of Lake Michigan. There's a cell right now in Gladwin County that's not severe, but it continues to hold strength enough for small hail as well as some gusty winds. Let's take a look at that. Gladwin, you've seen a few heavier rain showers. Areas in northern Gladwin County right now. This little core, probably some smaller hail, some really good rumbles of thunder, but again, that is not severe. This is the severe one. Boyne Falls will be later this morning. Fife Lake, you won't see this cell. If you do see this cell, it'll mainly be heavier rain. So right now, this cell goes until 7:30 for Leelanau County, so another 15 minutes or so. But if you are in Old Mission Peninsula, you are seeing the heavy rain moving in right now, and it's now starting to cross East Bay. But heavy rain, the hail is still back here in Leelanau County. Let's take a look at that as we speak. Let's take a look at the winds too and see what we got. Not expecting much from the winds. Ooh, there's some blue. Wow. This is so hard. I would say that's probably 60-ish. Oh, I gotta hit the query button. It's so hard to do because it's 2 seconds delay on the screen. Yep, 63, so that's gonna warrant severe weather. So you have some very gusty winds right now in Leelanau County. Let's take a look at velocity. There's not any organized rotation, but there's a little bit there where you have the gusts, where we saw those wind gusts of 63 miles per hour. Again, there is a little bit of rotation there. Nothing that is screaming to me, hey, this is a tornado, but there's a little bit of rotation. So do not be surprised if on this line, areas heading towards West Grand Traverse Bay, you see wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, 65 miles per hour. So what we're looking at here, so you guys can kind of understand, you might just say green and red blobs. So red is going towards the radar, green is going away from the radar. And back in Leelanau County, this is supposed to be all red. So if you have greens going the other way, that is signifying the wind is going this way and the red's going towards the radar, so that is signifying rotation. So in Leelanau County, there is a little bit of rotation up there. I'm not seeing super organized rotation, but if it was brighter and tighter together when the greens are matching the reds, that is where you're saying, okay, there's a tornado. But there's just a little bit of mixing right now, it looks like, up in the atmosphere. Wind and heavy rain just hit 31 on the east side of the bay. Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big rainmaker. So what I'm seeing with this storm as it's evolving through Leelanau County is it is starting to bow a little bit. It's starting to get its act together, pushing its way to the east. And I think that's probably what the National Weather Service saw for this area towards Kingsley. Is I'm thinking their thought is that it could dodge to the southeast, feeding off the more juicy air to the south. Like I showed you, Cadillac, areas up towards Manton, Kingsley, Fife Lake. You haven't seen much yet when it comes to any of this activity, so it might try to feed into that juicier air. But at the moment, it's still confined for the most part in Leelanau County. This spot right there is some heavier rain, sizable hail, but that is also where we're seeing the wind. So again, we'll watch that closely, but it is moving east at 30 miles per hour, so it is moving slow. This cell is gaining a little bit of steam towards Kalkaska. It's not super heavy by any means, but do have some heavier rain here. Again, you're not in the severe thunderstorm warning, but Kalkaska, heavier rain right now. Probably some pretty good rumbles of thunder, and then right down 131, or I should say, excuse me, 131's that way towards Fife Lake, but just south of M72, you're seeing that heavier rain as well. Possibly some small hail, maybe pea-size hail. Watering my tomatoes. Coming down Oriana West. Thank you, Jeanette. Nice steady rain currently in Epiphet. Looking forward to the possible thunderstorms later this morning. Yeah, the thunderstorms will be later this morning for you, Doug. Will Grayling get the hail? We'll have to see how this evolves going east, Tabitha. But it is possible that you could have some hail. Major thunder in Gaylord. Nothing in Spider Lake. My son is camping in Barga. Hearing thunder in Fairview. Yeah, you're probably going to hear thunder throughout much of northern Michigan. There's quite a bit of lightning with this throughout a lot. So you can see exactly where this is being fed. See, there's the line. Gladwin stretching up to Kalkaska, and then kind of the core back up here in Traverse City. But in between, again, this is where we might see this line try to develop, is as it moves east, areas towards Grayling as well as all the way back towards West Branch, you might see this line start to fill in. It's not severe by any means from Kalkaska down to Gladwin, but could have some stronger storms there. And then we'll see if this cell back up to the top organizes itself a little bit more. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings. Grand Traverse until 8 o'clock. Leelanau County, yours expires at 7:30, so right on cue. So you have another 12 minutes. Areas, Old Michigan Peninsula right now, seeing that extremely heavy rain, possibly some sizable hail start to roll in. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning for winds possibly of 60 miles per hour. And as I'm looking out the window right now, there's standing water on the roads here in Traverse City, so be extremely careful. Do not travel if you don't have to until the storm has passed, because you're going to run into issues like that. But this is moving east again at 30 miles per hour towards Elk Rapids. East Jordan, you might be on the south side or the north side of this system. Mansalona could be to you in about an hour or so. But Glen Arbor, Empire, areas up towards Leland, they saw some sizable hail, extremely gusty winds. That is now to the east, crossing West Grand Traverse Bay, heading towards Old Mission. So if you are in Old Mission Peninsula as well as Traverse City area, yep, might think about your safe place. Just because we are going to see those gusty winds as well as sizable hail. Definitely do not be outside in these storms. Make sure that you are finding shelter if you know anybody who is camping around the Grand Traverse area. So Leelanau, areas into Antrim, Kalkaska, as well as southern Charlevoix. Just give them a ring. Let them know, hey, there's some weather coming in, and you might want to seek some shelter or wait it out in the car, or if there's, those shower buildings, maybe wait it out in there, because this system isn't necessarily an overly severe system, but it is going to give you a ton of rain. This could give you 1 to 2 inches of rain an hour, but it could also give you those ping pong ball size hail and gusts of 60 miles per hour. So it's not per se a line of quick moving storms. It is one cell that is slow moving that could do more damage on its own with the rain, wind, and sizable hail. So again, Be extremely cautious out there. Leelanau County, your severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7:30. It's mainly the east side of Leelanau County right now being super impacted. Northern Benzie County right now, you do have a little bit of runoff. So you have the heavier rain right now just northeast of Honor. Traverse City right now in the thick of things, while Old Mission Peninsula will be seeing the bullseye of this cell as it works its way east here in the next, really for the next half hour. Do I have future view for later today? I don't know if I have my show pulled up. Let me check. I do actually. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Good question. See how future view thought that was going to fill in, but it's not filled in? Oh, I can't see what run it's on. Just a second. Let's see what the latest is. 9Z, 6Z. Okay. So, well, that was a little bit off, wasn't it? 7 a.m., nothing for the lower peninsula. I said move. Why is it not moving? Oh, I'm changing that, that's why. This is so hard from a mile away, chat. I'm so sorry. All right, so by 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, Eastern UP is getting walloped by that line that's over to our west right now. And then 1, 2 o'clock, not much is happening. The HER does not like to bring it south, as we are seeing. So the majority of the HER, or this model, keeps it north. So let's take a look at a different one, shall we? To see what they say. This one has a better grasp on the line. Nope, we don't want temperature. That one seems about more right. That one's definitely picking up on the cells that are cruising through right now. So it looks like 11 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, but again, mainly areas to the north. Again, that's where all of the energy is later today, or later this morning, I should say. And then this afternoon, we start running into a lot of sunshine and warm temperatures. So that is kind of what future view looks like. So yeah, that kind of lines up. This cell is just kind of wild. Still holding together. What time's the wedding at, Brittany? Thanks, Jason. You might have a shower, Laura, but yeah, you'll definitely miss the storms. Yeah, Charlevoix shouldn't be super impacted, Claire, but there could be, with that line, again, we're going to have to see how it develops south. No, Robert, I would not expect it to be more south. Yeah, campfire should be fine, Cheryl. So anybody who's tuning in, if you're in Antrim County in here, the thunder's starting to working its way in. We have severe thunderstorm warnings right now in Leelanau County until 7:30, so this one is almost done. And then we've seen it extended into Grand Traverse County. That goes until 8 a.m. for this cell that is working its way into Grand Traverse from Leelanau County. It does have a slight southeast turn. Definitely not as far south as Honor, but Traverse City in the heavier rain right now, maybe some small hail. Old Mission Peninsula, definitely in the heavy rain, possibly some sizable hail. This is probably the core that we have to watch as it works its way into Grand Traverse County, as that could be ping pong ball size hail, as National Weather Service put out earlier. But this is all working its way east at 30 miles per hour. So it is extremely, extremely slow. So you're seeing rain adding up very quickly. So you have standing water out there. You're seeing some sizable hail. You are seeing those winds possibly gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour. Earlier, we did have the winds aloft at about 65 right there. Holy smokes. That is some gusty winds. Let's take a look. Oh, my computer shut off. Yeah, 65. So that's a pretty good wind gust right now over West Grand Traverse Bay, just off of the tip of Old Mission Peninsula, or excuse me, heading into Elk Rapids right now, actually. 65 mile an hour winds. So those are extremely gusty winds. I would not be surprised. There it is, as I just said that. Antrim, Kalkaska, you have been added into the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that there from the yellow line. So there you see our tools are working. Yeah, a little bit more organized when it comes to velocity, but still not seeing a ton in the way of rotation. But Antrim, Kalkaska counties, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45 for that cell that is working its way off. So again, what set it off is that wind gust coming off of East Grand Traverse Bay at the moment, and this cell continuing to slowly work its way to the east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. Again, right here is what I'm looking at. So what we're looking at with the greens and reds is the possibility of rotation, and if there is the possibility of a tornado. But again, right here is the green, back there's the red. So the closer the reds and greens interact, and the brighter they are, that would signify to me that there is a tornado. This is just some weak rotation that is working its way off of East Grand Traverse Bay. To me, that is what I'm seeing right now. But again, we'll watch that closely. And like I said, tornadic activity isn't 0% today. It's like 1 or 2%. Extremely, extremely slim. But again, that's something we have to watch. And that's what this will help me with. Let's take a look at hail. Yep, there's hail. And I'm still hearing hail kind of bounce off the windows every now and then. But you can see the hail is slowly working its way into Antrim County, crossing East Grand Traverse Bay as we speak. Northern Grand Traverse County could be in for a little bit of hail. But this is the cell. Let's move it up this way, shall we? And move this down here. Better. So Leelanau County, you're about out of that rain, hail, wind. And your warning should expire here in 2 minutes. But Grand Traverse County until 8 a.m. So Old Mission Peninsula, Traverse City, that goes until 8. Antrim, Kalkaska counties now have a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 8:45. Again, it is an extremely slow-moving system here. That could give you some minor flooding, not to mention some sizable hail. So right now, Antrim, Kalkaska until 8:45, moving east at 30 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-size hail will be the hazards, as it is all radar indicated at the moment. But that is what we can see. Kalkaska, Clam River, Alden, Rapid City, Barker Creek, right around 7:30. Mansalona, Antrim, Daraga, about 7:40. Hail in northern Grand Traverse County. High winds in Nobbin Way right now. You have a weak storm moving through, Stephen, yeah. Uh, 4 or 5 a.m. Lake Michigan side. Freedom Festival, East Jordan, concerned for this afternoon parade, start time 4 p.m. No, you should not be concerned. It'll be gone by then. It'll be gone by then, Jennifer. National Weather Service was reporting ping pong ball size hail in Leelanau County. Maple City reported dime size hail. I haven't looked. Let me look out the window right now, see if there's any hail out there. I don't think there's any hail right now. No, it's just windy and heavy rain here in Traverse City at the moment, or at the station, I should say. But There you go. Leelanau County, your warning has expired. So Grand Traverse, your warning continues until 8. Antrim, Kalkaska, yours goes until 8:30. And again, the concern for me is right there towards Elk Rapids. That is where the core is currently. Let's see what we have with this at the moment. Let's put this back up here. Yep, still seeing that wind gust right now. Right here. This is 65, 70 mile an hour winds in between Elk Rapids and Bel Air. So this is an extremely isolated wind gust. It's still not organized. There is a little bit of rotation there, but it's not organized by any means. Again, I'll watch it closely, but it's not screaming nadir. You can see the hail back towards Lake Ann. Quite a bit of hail at the moment. So right there, got in the reflection. That's heading towards Traverse City as we speak. So Traverse City heads up. You could be looking at some sizable hail slowly rolling in. It's on the back side of the storm. Yep, that's where it's moving. Right down 31 at the moment. So I'm taking my mouse. I do have them on, right? Yes. Okay. Just making sure my little rotation markers were on. So yeah, in between Elk Rapids and Bel Air right now, extremely gusty winds, while the rest of this is gusty winds, extremely heavy rain, and sizable hail. Again, the big concern with this cell is it's moving east at 30 miles per hour. Usually when you have severe weather, it is moving at 50, 60, possibly upwards of 70 miles per hour. So the rain doesn't have a whole lot of chance to create flooding issues. When it's moving at 30 miles per hour and this size and this heavier rain, well, that is going to lead to some localized flooding. And that's the concern with this cell right now. Traverse City, I'm sure we have a ton of standing water out there. But again, this entire area, Leelanau, Traverse City, areas up into Antrim, Kalkaska counties, this is moving so slow that it could give you 1 to 2 inches of rain an hour. So just be on the lookout for standing water, and if you do have to travel through this, be extremely cautious. Now, the next thing is sizable hail. We've heard reports of ping pong ball size hail. There's that hail on the back side of the system right now working its way through areas east of Lake Ann. So this is heading towards Traverse City right now, and probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, Traverse City could be in for some sizable hail. The wind on the front side of it is over here. So this whole cell is just making a mess in about a 3-county spread at the moment. It is not organized by any means. It is just out there, slowly moving and feeding off of the moisture, the heat, the warmer temperatures that we had overnight. That is what's keeping this alive right now, but it's also not super developing. We continue to see the line to the east of it. We'll show you that. There's a line of storms that is currently, I guess it's not a huge stretch, but that's what's the leading edge of this for Michigan right now. Stretching all the way from Detroit back up towards West Branch and then back up towards Grayling and then up into Traverse City. That is kind of where the core is. You know what? I wonder if this is a tiny low pressure system that's developed. I bet you it is. Interesting. It's a tiny meso. And that's what's feeding it. That leading edge is what's kind of feeding everything. Let me check this radar. Yeah, that's so wild. This system is definitely different. Let me turn on velocity here. Hello? I said go. Man, that is wild. It does have me a little bit. So, holy buckets. All right, so the wind is organizing. I just don't understand why. So there's extremely gusty winds heading. What was that? They're the extremely gusty winds that are moving towards Mansalona. These winds are in excess of 60, 65, 70 miles per hour. So again, watching that very closely. But when you have it so tight together like that, that is what has me a little concerned. I don't see, again, a whole lot of organization. But what we don't want to see, this is what I would tell you, what we don't want to see is this red and this start mixing. We don't want that. As long as it's this is just gusty winds. Possibly, oh, it is hailing like crazy now. Yeah, we have just over quarter-size hail now in Traverse City, so told you that was coming. Where are my keys? I shall return. Ah. Holy smokes. I got one. It's raining like crazy. So yeah, quarter-size hail. Uh-oh. I can't really hold it. It's melting as we speak very quickly. But it's coming down in Traverse City. This is the biggest hail I've seen in a while. It's not going to work. But yeah, so the hail core right now is moving through Traverse City. The wind, actually, good news is the wind actually subsided a little bit. I'm south of Elk Rapids and it went dead calm. The energy from north is impacting our winds. Yes. Yeah, Stephen. I don't like that. I don't like this. I don't like that. Wait, why are you? Oh, okay. So I haven't updated on there yet. I'm looking at a different radar here. But I don't like this. I don't like that. Sorry, I got very soaked. All I did was reach out the door. The reason I don't like this is because of what Stephen was kind of mentioning is, so storms go through regeneration, right? They'll move along and then slowly recycle and then regenerate and then recycle and then regenerate. If this starts to recycle and regenerate and actually starts to pull in more of that fuel in front of it, this could be something to watch. So I'll watch it very closely. But again, there are extremely gusty winds. And yes, like Stephen was mentioning, south of Elk Rapids, not much going on because it is kind of feeding everything to the north right now. But areas to the north, good news is we're not seeing any of the winds mixing right now, but we are seeing still this system kind of just a blob. So there you go. Now, if we see red interacting with this extremely closely, that is where we have tornadic activity. I don't think we have tornadic activity. I definitely think we have some rotation right now in southern Antrim County heading towards Mansalona. But again, if this starts to get brighter and you start to see reds mixing with those greens, that's where we need to have be on your toes. So this is what I'm going to say. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm trying to prepare you all. If you are in Mansalona right now, what I would do is get your safe place ready. If you have a basement, if you don't have a basement, an interior room with no windows, just make sure you're on the ready in Mansalona. And the reason I say that is because of this little bit of rotation that I'm seeing west of Mansalona. Make sure that you are prepared for this system as it moves east. Again, this system's all over the place. We are now receiving another round of extremely large hail. I shouldn't say extremely large hail, but large hail. But Mansalona, be on your toes. Just keep your safe place right now in the back of your mind, because I don't like that wind signature. But let's take a look at what we have right now with this system as it's moving in. Again, it's not super organized. It's just a really large cell. And again, all of these storms developed yesterday evening in North Dakota. They're so big and so strong that they could make it to northern Michigan. The thing is, it's continuing to recycle and regenerate a little bit. Yeah, the hail's bigger. I would say that's probably half dollar size. Big hail. Where is it headed? It's heading due east. It's man-made. No, it's not man-made. Oh, that's... Boop, 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 boop. All right, trying to get to my... There it is. So, yeah. So, it looks like right now, the phases that I was telling you about, how it recycles, regens, right now it's recycling. So, we'll see the next frame if it regens a little bit. But right now it's recycling. Kalkaska, you're starting to get into the heavy rain, possibly a little bit of hail. Same for areas just west of Mansalona. But again, here is where my concern is in southern central Antrim County, if you will. That is where we've had the wind signatures. So again, watch that closely. Quite a bit of hail right now in Traverse City, Old Mission Peninsula, heading towards Acme. Again, quarter to half dollar size hail. Sorry, just let Gaylord know about the hail. What's the likelihood of hail and grayling? If this gets to grayling, I mean, you could see a little bit of hail. Tough sleeping in these conditions, I bet. Oh, yeah. Hail, wind, rains, all of it in Kalkaska. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, so what we're seeing, let's back out. First up, let's wrap these warnings all together. So the latest warning that we have is southern Antrim County and Kalkaska County. That goes until 8:45. Again, this is for this system that is moving east at 30 miles per hour. So what you need to be wary of with this system is winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, sizable hail, and also torrential rain. The rain is coming down so heavy it could give you some localized flooding. And the reason being is because this system is moving east at 30 miles per hour. So the slower it moves, yeah, all that rain is going to be stacking up. So right now I can tell you we have standing water, quite a bit of it in downtown Traverse City. So more than likely, a lot of areas impacted by the system is going to have standing water and some issues along roadways. So if you do have to be traveling in Antrim, Kalkaska, Grand Traverse counties here now or through the next half hour, just wait until the system passes or take your time, be extremely cautious. Remember, if there is standing water and you can't see the road, turn around, don't drown because you don't know what's underneath that water. whether the road's washed out or if there's issues. So remember that. We have the Grand Traverse severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 8 o'clock this morning, so another 15 minutes. But we'll see if they extend that because it doesn't look like it'll be out of here in 15 minutes. Fife Lake, nothing going on. Traverse City, sizable hail. Kalkaska has all of it. Mansalona right now, we are watching winds just to your west. Let's go back to that and see what they look like at the moment. They're moving into Mansalona as we speak. Definitely not as strong. Now, this is great. Remember how I told you it was recycling, regenerating? It has definitely lost some strength here moving into Mansalona. I do not see any signs of rotation by any means. So anything that we lost when it came to, yeah, this is, I still don't like that. The last one I like because it's definitely not as strong and the winds aren't as bad, but, oh, there we go. That's much better. See, just had to wait for an update. There are no greens. That's great news. Red into the radar, green away from the radar. If you have green and reds here, this would be a concern for me. I would say we have rotation and possibly tornadic activity, but this looks great. This is red. This is the way it's supposed to be. You can definitely see the calm before anything happens, though. There's not much going on in and around Mansalona when it comes to winds, but you definitely have the rain and hail all on the way. Likelihood of hail for the folks in Cadillac? Not likely at all, Joshua. You should be on TV hoping the last storm coverage response doesn't hinder you? Huh? Says 8:45. That's for Kalkaska. Is it possible it could pick back up? Gaylord here, always worried now. Yes, so if you're just joining us, this cell that we are covering right now isn't the concern for later today. The concern is still back off to the west for later today, so areas north of this, Gaylord, tip of the mitt, Straits, eastern UP, there's still a line of storms that is working its way this way. Let's see, let's show you guys that. So this line back here. So we're watching this closely. Again, you can see all of the storm reports that they've had. There's a severe thunderstorm warning right now in the central portions of the UP. This line of storms right now is not nearly as strong. We'll see if they recycle and regenerate by the time they get to northern Michigan. But this is why we set our window yesterday for severe weather is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. This little area in front of it generating some stronger to severe storms, but it's this line back here where the low pressure system actually is that could generate bigger storms later this morning and into early this afternoon. So if you are in the eastern UP, or if you're in the tip of the mitt, or if you're in the northern lower counties, we're still watching this closely because this could be the next impact. This that we're seeing here in Leelanau, Grand Traverse, Antrim, and Kalkaska is just kind of bonus, if you will. But one thing that these storms could do for us right now is take away a lot of that moisture and fuel for those later storms. We'll see how that goes. So right now, Antrim, Kalkaska, Grand Traverse counties, severe thunderstorm warning. Again, Antrim and Kalkaska goes until 8:45 here this morning. Grand Traverse goes until 8:15-ish. Let's see. I can't find my mouse. It's fine. There it is. 8 o'clock, sorry, excuse me. So this will be wrapping up in Grand Traverse County here in the next 10 minutes or so. But there is a leading edge even further heading towards Grayling. You have that cell. Roscommon seeing a few showers and thunderstorms, but not severe at the moment. So this is continuing to head east at 30 miles per hour. Let me tell you, it is cooking. I have sat here and watched this storm for the last 3.5 hours. And it has made its way from Wisconsin to Mansalona. Is Newberry getting hit later? Yes. In Sault Ste. Marie, will it hit us here? Later this morning, you'll have some showers and storms. Hail in Acme. Hi, Terry. Yeah, we just had that hail. Probably quarter size. It was sizable here. Some thunder in Buckley, no precip yet. You probably won't have any in Buckley with this storm. Hail on and off in Lake Ann is letting off now. Is it heading to Wexford County? No. Very windy. Where you at, Allie? So there you go. What I probably should do, though, is that I probably should break in on TV. So hang on with me here, stream. I have to call to Cadillac and let her know we need to go on air. Do, 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 do. Hi, Lil. Can we do a quick break-in? Yeah. Hello? Oh, I've been streaming all morning, but I want to do a quick break-in on TV. Oh. Sounds good to me. Yep, just let me know when we're live. And what was that? That's great. Just let me know when we're live, and I'll do a quick update. There we go. Muted. Thank you, Sydney. Rose City forecast, please. You'll have some showers and storms. And welcome, everybody. We are continuing to see the severe thunderstorm warnings for right now Grand Traverse County, as well as southern Antrim and also Kalkaska counties. Antrim and also Kalkaska, they are going until 8:30 this morning, or 8:45, excuse me, while 8 o'clock here for Grand Traverse County. Now, this cell is moving east at 30 miles per hour with extremely heavy wind, or excuse me, extremely heavy rain, quarter-size hail, maybe even a little bit higher than that. So you could see possibly ping pong ball size hail in some locations. But this is moving east at 30 miles per hour, so flooding is a concern. So areas down towards Mansalona, Kalkaska right now, prep for standing water on roadways, as well as sizable hail, wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Traverse City is now starting to let up as it's moving east. So areas over towards Otsego as well as Crawford counties, this will start working its way in here probably in the next hour, hour and a half. But as of right now, this cell impacting Mansalona, Kalkaska, heading down M32 and also M72. So this is one cell that is currently giving us severe weather, but there's still a line of storms that we're watching very closely up in the central UP stretching back to Wisconsin that could give us more severe weather later this morning. So if you want more information on what's coming, what we're currently seeing, we are live right now on our social media platforms, breaking this down and keeping an eye on things and giving you the latest information. So you can join us on the 910 News Facebook page, the 910 News YouTube channel, my professional Facebook page for the latest coverage. But for right now, we're going to send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. Watching both right now, I'm a little worried. Nah, don't be worried, Madison. You're good. Don't be scared. Prepare. Thunder, lightning, not much wind. Lori, thank you for that. I think you'll be a little bit south of everything. Lightning, thunder here in Petoskey. So yeah, let's take a little bit of a tour right now. See what we got going on. Yeah, up and towards Petoskey. Not a whole lot going on at the moment. One little cell there. So when we turn lightning on. No lightning here in the eastern UP. There's a little bit in the central UP heading towards Luce County. A little bit of lightning all throughout northern lower. Obviously, the severe thunderstorm has a ton of lightning. A little bit of this line is now connecting with everything back up towards Roscommon. Higgins Lake, you can see there, is just north of you, so you will not be impacted by the severe weather that's moving through. Prudenville heading towards West Branch. A little bit of rain, maybe a rumble of thunder, but that is about it. Again, the main threat is right here. It's just one little guy. I mean, big guy, but again, all of these storms developed yesterday evening in North Dakota and have survived this far. Pretty wild. But let's take a look at what we have for wind. Okay, still have some rather gusty winds. You can see the leading edge, the gust front. Excuse me. There's a little bit of wind there southeast of Mansalona, but nothing like what we saw come off East Grand Traverse Bay. So that is good news. We are not seeing crazy winds at the moment. Let's take a look at velocities. Oh, that is kind of setting up nicely. But you can see there's no rotation to see. That's great news. It's all red, what it should be. So you can see extremely gusty winds, though, more from the storm down towards Kalkaska. The brighter the color, the stronger the winds. Let's see what we got for hail. Oh, that's a rotation detector. That's kind of the leading edge. There's a little bit of mixing there. Let's go, yep, a little bit of mixing. Yeah, there's still some hail going on. A little bit of hail here for areas east of Kalkaska. That hail swath is just kind of running through Grand Traverse, Antrim, and also Kalkaska counties. So yeah, there you go. It looks to me like this storm system is recycling right now. So it's going to lose strength, working its way through Kalkaska County a bit, and then regen. So we'll see if it decides to regen over here in Crawford County. Right now there is a cell that has some heavier rain moving into Grayling. There might be some small hail with it too. In fact, what we see moving east is only about 30 miles per hour. So again, that is the huge concern with this system. It is moving so slowly. So you have that extremely heavy rain, that hail, those winds, but they're sticking around longer than a typical severe thunderstorm. So right now, standing water and flooding concerns will be, could have some localized flooding in spots. So keep that in mind here this morning. The storms later on, will they impact Cadillac? Probably not, Susie. It looks like it's going to be farther north. Right by the casino. Just had $half size hail here in Acme. Yeah, we had that here in downtown, Tyler. How long will it last in Kalkaska? You will see this probably for the next half hour in Kalkaska. But then later on this afternoon, you could have a few more showers. Of course, Julie. Thank you, Heidi. How's it looking for Lewiston? Later this morning, you'll have chances for some showers and storms. Northport? Northport's out of it for now. In fact, Northport might be done for the day. We'll see how everything goes. Well, I shouldn't say you're done. You have that one little cell up there right now. Is there a cell up there currently? Yeah, one little cell. But nothing severe. The severe stuff for Leelanau County ended about 15 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Sheboygan later this morning. What about Charlevoix? Could have some storms later this morning. Hessel will be later this morning, early afternoon. Grayling? Grayling is not under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but it could be here in the next half hour or so. All right, so let's show you guys. Okay, so this is kind of what I was fearing. I think this is recycling. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, so what you guys see here is velocity. Green going towards the radar, red going away from the radar. If this was all green, it'd be fine. You have extremely gusty winds with the bright colors. I don't like the red. First off, when you have red and green interacting and very close, that means rotation and possibly tornado. I don't like the red and I don't like the bright greens. Well, that helped a little bit. I still don't like this though. This is turning into a gust front, kind of a bowing line, and that's where you can get small tornado spin-ups as well. But again, this is what I'm watching closely here in southeastern Kalkaska County. I'm not saying there's a tornado there, but I'm saying that there could be some rotation right here where you have the reds and the greens. Obviously, they are not close and they are not interacting, but that needs to be watched. So we'll watch that heading in towards southeast Kalkaska County. Yeah, this kind of spells it out better. Right here, where you have that bowing spot, that is the concern for me. But other than that, right now it looks like it's trying to recycle and regen. So this cell is falling apart a bit. But what I think it's doing is it's downsizing. So it's going to start consolidating the energy that it has in smaller sections. When it came off the lake, it got really, really big. A whole county big, in fact. Flood advisory for Leelanau County. Okay. So I think what's happening is this is going to start chasing where you have energy. So as it gets farther east, you're going to start seeing a little section of this be stronger while you have like this little section, not much going on. This little section, not much going on. So I think it's starting to tear itself apart to chase energy a little bit. So we'll see how that works out. But right here is my main concern at the moment. East of Kalkaska along M72, in between Kalkaska and Grayling right now is where I'm watching that velocity that I don't like. Grayling right now, you have heavy rain, probably some pretty good rumbles of thunder. At the moment, this is moving east at 30 miles per hour, and the only warnings we have right now is southern Antrim and Kalkaska counties until 8:45. Would not be surprised if they extend this into southern Otsego and also Crawford County. Again, the main concerns with this is the torrential rain, possible flooding, and then also the sizable hail and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. Now, a lot of people have been asking about, is tornadoes possible? Yes, they are possible. The percentage is not zero. So we could have an isolated tornado spin up possible in northern Michigan today. It's only 1%, 2% probability, but again, the number's not zero. So it is an extremely, extremely slim opportunity, but it is there. So that is what we're going to continue to watch closely. This isn't the only threat of severe weather today. This just happens to be a kind of a bonus storm that worked its way in early. The line of storms up in the central UP that stretch back towards northern Wisconsin, that is the line that we're watching for later this morning. That's why yesterday we were telling you our severe window is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. because we could have these storms and then a second wave of storms that could impact people throughout the first half of Saturday. Now, the second line of storms is mainly going to be north of M72. So areas up towards Gaylord, Elmira, areas up towards Charlevoix, areas up in the Straits, UP. You will see storms more around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. This just happens to be a bonus storm that worked its way across Lake Michigan here early this morning. So do you think they might issue a tornado warning if there's a tornado? They won't issue a tornado warning if there's not a tornado. I do not see tornadic activity right now, but I do see a little bit of rotation. Can you put this on TV? I was just on TV a little bit ago. But for severe thunderstorm warning, I do not stay on TV. North towards Elmira, nothing at the moment. Looks as if it's worse, as if the worst of it is going towards Frederick and Grayling, perhaps Arbutus Beach. Yeah, right now M72 to Grayling is kind of where I'm seeing things. Downpour in TC with hail. It should be out of TC. Yeah, there's nothing going on for me here in TC right now. So again, severe thunderstorm warning, there it is, there's a new one. Crawford County, you now have a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. Let's see what they're saying the issue is here, and then I'll give you some updates that I'm seeing. Severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford County until 8:45. It is moving east at 35 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, radar indicated. Grayling, Frederick, Hartwick, Pines, 810. Lovell's around 820. Again, huge concern with this system is it's moving so slow. Localized flooding, huge concern there, as well as sizable hail, wind gusts around 60 miles per hour. Now let me show you what has me not super concerned, but I'm watching it closely, is the leading edge or the southeast corner of this storm. This. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And the reason I don't like it is because this is showing signs of wrapping. So we'll watch this closely. I'm not saying this is a tornado, but areas towards Grayling as well as Higgins Lake, just be on your toes, please. And I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm trying to prepare you all. This is showing winds coming this way, winds going that way. These are extremely gusty winds right here. And if it organizes anymore, we could start to see things not go so well. So areas towards Higgins Lake, north up to Grayling, just start thinking about your safe place. Start thinking about the basement, or if you don't have a basement, an interior room without windows, because again, severe weather, anytime you have severe weather, anything can happen. But again, that concerns me because this wind is gaining more strength. This wind is ridiculous on the front side of it, and that is heading east, and I don't like this last update. So again, be extremely cautious in front of this. Crawford County, southeastern Kalkaska County, just be on your toes. Again, that is winds going that way and winds going that way, which signify to me something's going on there. Yeah, see, this is the leading edge, and there's the green. So yeah, just be mindful here, please, and we'll keep you updated on it. Expect power outages. Things will be dropping from this. Oh, from the ice storm. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. You know, any leftovers could definitely be dropping. Let's see what power outages are. I have that. Power outages. At the moment, we have 300 in Antrim, 300 in Grand Traverse, 1,000 in Leelanau, 300 in Charlevoix. Can't tell in the warned areas. So yeah. My daughter is driving this morning from Mount Pleasant to TC. Is this a bad idea? No, she should be fine right now. Can you show the straits? Nothing is going on in the straits at the moment. Just a few showers, maybe a rumble of thunder. But again, what we need to be worried about for the UP straits tip of the mitt is later this morning. It's still back here. It doesn't look like anything is warned at the moment, which is good news because it's losing strength. But again, we'll watch these storms closely as they move east for you. They are currently over towards Marquette. Thinking about my garden boxes, as in they got a good amount of rain. Let's take a look at the winds. That's a better one. It's a better, well, kind of. I still don't like it. Still extremely gusty front on this. The leading edge of the storm is very gusty, but I don't like this. I don't like it. So we'll watch that closely still. Again, still be on your toes towards northern Roscommon County, southern Crawford County. I just don't like that. I don't think anything's going to happen, but again, watching it closely. Yeah, you can see it right there. Rotation detector. There's some rotation. But yeah, I don't like that. So we have severe thunderstorm warning in Antrim, southern Antrim, Kalkaska counties. That goes until 8:45. And then Crawford County, yours goes until 8:45 as well. Oh, they must have updated it? Because that don't make sense. But either way. So you still have heavy rain in Kalkaska right now, possibly some small hail. Mansalona, the rain is starting to slowly become lighter for you. Again, the worst of this system currently is right here towards western portions of Crawford County, or crossing the county line right now from Kalkaska, just south of M72. That is where you're going to probably have some extremely gusty winds, extremely heavy rain, possibly some sizable hail. So at the moment, if this continues its track, it's going to be right over I-75 south of Grayling, as it works its way east at 30 miles per hour. That's the other concern, is 30 miles per hour. So at 30 miles per hour, you could see potential flooding situations developing, because it's just heavy rain. Usually severe thunderstorms are rolling around at 50, 55, 60, 65 miles per hour. And if it's heavy rain, it comes and goes rather quickly. But when it's moving at 30 miles per hour with heavy rain, that water just adds up very quickly. Hence why we have a flood advisory, I believe it is now, in Leelanau County. Let's see, where was it? Yeah, flood advisory in Kalkaska County until 9 a.m. because they saw a ridiculous amount of rain. So again, my main concern is down Hebo. That is where the worst of it is right now. Thunder, lightning, and Mayo. Oh, you don't want them getting blasted with hail. Good point. Not sponsored. I just needed a drink. Yeah, it was pretty crazy, Teresa. We had half dollar hail, $half size hail in downtown. Southern Crawford, northern Roscommon. Should I be worried? Be on your toes, Lindy. And the reason I say that, I'll show you here, is because these winds, I don't like them. So for anyone who's tuning in and is wondering what I'm looking at, you see green and red. So red is going away from radar, green is going into radar. This should be all green. It's not. You can see reds. So when reds and greens start interacting, that is showing rotation. And what I mean by that is red is going away from the radar, green is going towards. So when you have red going that way and green going that way, that's rotation. So yes, clouds mix, the atmosphere mixes, and you do get rotation. Doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground, but this gives me an indication on what's going on in those clouds and in the atmosphere. And when I see things like, let's zoom back in, when I see things like this, what I'm seeing here is a gust front. The lighter the green, the gustier the winds, or the stronger the winds. And when I see red starting to play fun with the green, I don't like that. That, to me, shows signs that there's some rotation, but also some organization to that rotation. Now, again, I'm not saying there's a tornado on the ground. I'm just saying be on your toes here for southeastern Kalkaska, southern Crawford, northern Roscommon, because that is rotation. Doesn't mean that it's at the ground or a tornado or anything like that, but when you start getting the brighter colors and they start interacting, I don't like that. That's when you start getting tornadoes. So again, watching this very closely. Again, I still don't like that. But be on your toes in southeastern Kalkaska, southern Crawford, northern Roscommon counties, because that's where I'm seeing that leading edge. Like right there. Again, it's not super strong. It is not screaming, hey, there's a tornado on the ground by any means. But that is not super worrisome, but I don't like it. Put it that way. I don't know how else to put it. I just don't like those winds right now. But right now, Grayling, if you're in downtown Grayling, you have extremely heavy rain incoming. You have sizable hail incoming. Yeah, there you go. There's the hail. So it's moving right down the pipe. Probably quarter size, if not dime size hail, working its way towards Grayling. Again, here in downtown Traverse City, we had anywhere from a quarter size to $half size hail. My computer turned off again, so I can't see what y'all are saying. Our dog ran to her safe room, Thunder and Mayo. Bring in your pets. Yep, take care of our four-legged friends too. Our grandson's outdoor graduation party is at 3 today in Mayo. Can you tell me if it's time to panic? No, you'll be fine at 3 in Mayo. Southwest Higgins Lake. You should be fine. It's going to be windy. But again, be on your toes towards Higgins Lake. See, there's not much going on. And the reason I say be on your toes is because see if that swings down. But for right now, this area is just kind of the leading edge of that gust front. But things aren't necessarily organized down here at the moment. For those checking in on your locations, up here towards East Jordan, just south of East Jordan in northern Antrim County, you have some showers, probably some pretty good rumbles of thunder, maybe even some hail there, some heavier rain. Back over towards northern Lake Michigan, some cells there that could hold some strength as they work their way to the east towards Charlevoix and Petoskey. So the rest of this line is now starting to kind of organize itself with the central UP line. So right now these are not warned, but Munising, they're seeing some pretty strong storms. Luce County, you're seeing some storms. Whitefish Point, Paradise, some rain showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. But again, these cells are now starting to hook up. This is the line that we've been telling you about that we are watching for later this morning. Right now, nothing severe on them, but they are starting to pop. They're starting to develop, organize. And you can see, I would bet as soon as this gets past Grayling that this is going to hook up. We'll see what happens here. But yeah, there are those showers and storms. So currently you have the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Antrim until 8:30. They'll probably cancel that one. Kalkaska County still until 8:45, I believe it is. But I would expect this to either be canceled or let it run out, because there's not much going on right now in Kalkaska County other than maybe some brief gusty winds, some heavier rain, maybe some small hail. But again, the bulk of what we're watching closely, remember how I kept telling you about recycling and regenning? Well, the system recycled and regened in Crawford County. It is definitely on the stronger side there, just west of Grayling and heading to the east, again, still at about 30 miles per hour. So that's what we're watching closely as it gets closer to Grayling. So let's take a closer look right now. So yeah, you have extremely heavy wind and rain. Not a whole lot going on with the winds at the moment. Where's the hail? No rotation. There's the hail. Yeah, you have hail in Grayling. So that's what I don't like too, and that's another reason why I don't like these winds. Hail cores are always above. Man. I don't like this wind. That is wild. Yeah, I still don't like that wind. I don't like this wind at all. It's like playing goof. Yeah, it's not even that strong. Still don't like it. So we'll continue to watch that. But yeah, the strongest right now, the core of it is moving into grayling. What should we expect in Mayo and when? You should expect this probably in the next hour. Vanderbilt, no rain, but loud thunder and lightning. Horrible and grayling in levels areas right now. Blinding, steady rain, thunder and lightning, pea-size hail. Marine warning. Diurnal heating, kick things up a notch later. If not so much. No, it won't. If you saw sunshine now, Greg, like in Rogers City where you're at, if you saw sunshine now, it might add a little bit, but the thing is, this is rolling through at the worst time for diurnal heating. Tried to hail slightly larger than pea size here at Camp Grilling about 10 minutes ago. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Wind is starting to in Mayo a little bit, not much yet. Tell us why you don't like the wind. Scott, I don't like this wind because it is telling me rotation. That's why I don't like it. And like I was just telling you guys earlier, so what you're looking at is velocity. Green's going towards, red's going away. Green's going towards the radar, red's going away from the radar. If this was all green, I would have no worries whatsoever. But the problem is, the brighter the colors and the closer the colors, that means they're playing together. When red and green play together, that's tornadic activity. So if green's going towards the radar, red's going away. Green, red, rotation. And the brighter they are, the stronger they are. I do not like these winds whatsoever. They are too close to playing with the green. Green, red do not go together. And so I don't think they're super strong here, but the problem is yeah, I don't like that. Again, I'm not saying there's a tornado, but I'm just saying this signifies to me that there is rotation up there. So people in southern Crawford County, just be on your toes. Start thinking about, hey, where your safe place is. If you don't have a basement, interior room with no windows, if you can. Like, just keep in the back of your thoughts. Again, tornadic activity is not zero today. Tornadic activity could happen. Yes, it's 1% to 2%. Very, very, very slim, but it could happen. Severe weather can prompt anything from a severe thunderstorm to a tornado and beyond. So again, when I look at these winds, I just do not like these winds because of that. So again, watching it closely. But people in southern Crawford County, just be on your toes because there is a gust front coming through that continues to regen. This system is recycled and regened a few times already, and it regened here in Crawford County and regen just before Grayling. And again, that's another thing that we're watching closely. The storm it won't be in Charlevoix. Let's see. Well, I take that back. You are starting to see it move through now. See, this is the line that we were talking about linking up with it. I don't think you're going to see the backside of this much, but that's what you're looking at moving into Charlevoix right now. Nothing severe. Oh, of course, Scott. Anytime, man. Only cloudy skies here. No rain. Should be fine. Yeah, Paul, you're good. Starting to rain, Posen, dark clouds, lightning. There's no hook at 8:24. Huh? No hook. I mean, the hooks aren't exactly what you're looking for. The hook here, so to kind of give you guys a very brief science explanation. So if you recall back to the Gaylord tornado was what you see in a textbook. When you open it, like so, this is reflectivity. This is what you see on radar. Very rarely will you make a tornado out on this. But how you can is the hook echo. So it'll look like a hook. The storm will be up here, and then it hooks down, and that's where the tornado is. That's what the Gaylord tornado was. It was a hook echo. The main portion of the storm was up here, and it fed down to the tornado, which was down here. That is what you learn in Meteorology 101. You open the book, and that's what you see on radar, that hook echo. 95% of the time, tornadoes are not going to be a hook echo. But that's why we use the velocity. You can see that rotation. But you, majority of the time, will not see a tornado on this. What you can see is what it's reflecting back to the radar. That's when velocities come in. And that's why I don't like this. So, still don't like it. Yeah, see, I still don't like that. That's why. Strong rotation. So I'm just going to throw this again out there. Southern Crawford County, be on your toes. I'm not saying there's a tornado. I just do not like this. Obviously on this, it doesn't look like anything, but I do not like these winds. Be on your toes. I know there's not much over here, but areas north of Roscommon, I know, what is it? Forest Dunes is up here, isn't it? Just be on your toes. I think, no, actually, I think Forest Dunes is right here somewhere. But, yeah, I don't like this. Start thinking about your safe place. Because, again, watching that very closely. I don't like it. The storm's done for Mount Pleasant, Big Rapids. Severe weather, yeah. I don't think you guys will see much down that way today, Shawnee. Southeast Crawford County, no rotation at this point. Like over far southeast. Why no tornado warning? Because there's not a tornado. Tornado warning is only for a tornado. Could it get stronger coming towards Mayo? Yeah, it could. South Higgins, southern Higgins Lake. Like down here? Nothing? Cadillac? Not much going on in Cadillac. Gaylord update? Not much going on in Gaylord. Probably won't be much going on in Gaylord today. Upper level winds heading northeast. Atlanta, pretty quiet for right now. Atlanta might get some storms with this line later this morning. Gaylord all good, all Gucci. Hale, Southern Crawford, Northern Roscommon. Looks like Vanderbilt around 10:30, 11-ish. Yeah. I would say probably in the next hour or two. Oh, you're at the fire department on shift. Got you. See, for me, yeah, I don't like that. And sorry, I'm looking at my computer. But the brighter, the worse. And the thing is, I don't like them. And the good news is the greens aren't nearly as bright as they were, which is great. But I still don't like red playing close to the green like that. I don't like that. But it is a gust front, so see, like that. I don't like that. They shouldn't be playing together like that. Yeah. Don't like it. Don't like it. Eastern UP, you're getting some storms right now. Nothing severe. I gotta turn you guys back to reflectivity. But these storms back here, we'll see how they develop as they are cruising. Right now it looks like, so these storms were severe back over in the central UP, but it looks like these, if they start to recycle and regen a little bit, they could start to be a little bit stronger here towards Newberry, Nobbin way. So we'll see if these get warned. I don't think, we'll see how they play out here in the next few frames, but these storms are all linking up with everything. It's just this cell continues to kind of dominate. I think this cell is stealing a lot of gusto from these storms up here. Definitely stealing all the gusto over here. But up here, this cell continues to move east. It's just not as dominant as it used to be earlier this morning. This cell is actually keeping most people from seeing too much severe weather, if that makes sense. Low cloud deck, primarily moving northeast. Lightning consistent. Forest dunes is to my north. Okay, got you. Yeah, the low cloud deck, I believe, is that. So what Alan's talking about is like right here, what I'm concerned with. And this is a gust front. So as it works its way in, the winds pick up quite a bit. So more than likely it's a shelf cloud. But that is where you know, tend to get rotation. I still don't like it. But yeah, see, this storm continues to regen. It's recycling and regenning just over and over and over. What the heck kind of warning is that, National Weather Service? Change is happening. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about there, Alan. I'll watch it closely. Is it going to be bad in South Higgins Lake? No. I'm at Crawford, Roscommon line, east of Roscommon. Yeah, you should be seeing some you could be seeing some gnarly winds, some rain for sure. I think that's where a lot of the mixing is happening. So they expired the Antrim, Kalkaska warning, and they also took western Crawford County out of the warning. Again, recycling and regeneration happened. The storm that was in Grayling, or the core of it, is now to the southeast. This is, again, why I didn't like what I was looking at with the winds. Look at where everything is feeding into. I don't like the organization of this cell right now. I'm just going to say that. I don't like how this regened and where it's heading. So with that being said, areas in Roscommon, or Crawford County right now, and northern Roscommon, even though you are not in the severe thunderstorm warning, be on your toes, take precautions, start thinking about safe places. Higgins Lake, yes, you are not in the severe thunderstorm warning, but you're going to see possibly some gusty winds, some heavier rain showers. Levels right now on top of everything, they should not be too bad off there. But this section right here, just south of M72, what is that, like South Branch, right? Let's zoom in. I don't know if there's much out here. Well, we got roads. Yeah, South Branch. Boom, nailed it. But South Branch, areas towards 4 Mile, like these areas, if you are in these areas, or if you know people in these areas, I know it's like I hunt over this way. I know there's not much over here, but if you know someone in this area, just tell them to be on their toes if they're not watching, because again, this is where, again, I don't like things here. The winds are not the best, but again, this cell is continuing to recycle itself and then regen itself. And remember how I told you in Kalkaska County, it was starting to pull itself apart and recycle. Now it's regenning, and now it is kind of forcing itself here. So as it does, the majority of energy, like that latest update, I don't like that at all. But that is heavy rain. Again, it is moving east at about 35 miles per hour. Sizable hail, wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I mean, the good news is there's not much in the way of wind to catch up on this. Like, so what I'm looking at here, what I'm thinking about in my head is, all right, green's going towards the radar, red's going away from the radar. Red's going away from the radar. So if green's going this way, red's going that way, right? But the thing is, the winds here aren't that bad. So the winds, the brighter the color, the stronger the winds. So the greens aren't bad. The greens, I think, are killing. There's not much feeding these winds right here, but I still don't like that setup. I don't like it one bit. I'm surprised I haven't issued anything for Roscommon County yet. Just pulled a 180 on you. Yeah, the winds mixed up down there are definitely rotating. It's something to watch out for. So again, areas in northern Roscommon County, southern Crawford, southeastern Crawford, northern Roscommon, just be on your toes. Again, everyone in this warning should be on their toes. Again, minor flooding could be an issue. Sizable hail, gusty winds, possibly upwards of 60 miles per hour. Frequent lightning, a lot of thunder. This is a big supercell that developed over towards North Dakota yesterday and continued overnight through Wisconsin. Came across the lake very lackluster, but then all of a sudden hit Leelanau County, only moving at 30 miles per hour, and all of a sudden just started dropping all of its moisture, the hail, a lot of thunder, and then started recycling and regenning quite a bit. This is probably the third or fourth time it's recycled, regened. So right now, the bulk of the energy is right here, towards M72. So heading towards Luzerne, south of Mayo too. Like these areas right here, this is continuing to move into Oscoda County. But right now, from what I'm seeing, areas down in Roscommon as well. You guys are not out of this, even though you're not warned. Be on your toes, because what I'm seeing is this is kind of developing a gust front, and it is developing some rotation. So just be weary. You're not in a severe thunderstorm warning right now in northern Roscommon County, but the storm is kind of starting to bleed to the south. So again, this severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford County goes until, what was it, 8:45? Yes, 8:45. So 5 more minutes. I think they're going to extend this. That would be my bet, as it is nowhere near done here for Crawford County. But I would also think that if this has any more of that wobble south, they might issue something for Roscommon. So again, severe thunderstorm warning right now in Crawford County, excuse me, not in Roscommon, Crawford County until 8:45 because of the extremely heavy rain, wind gusts of 60 miles per hour, sizable hail, and also we are seeing some signs of some mixing and rotation down here in the southeast corner of Crawford County. Sheboygan might see a few showers and storms here a little bit later this morning. It's pouring in levels. Winds out of the north now, gusting. You said by Oscoda County? Yeah. Northern Roscommon should have a heads up. Yeah, I just don't like where this is at. I'm guessing here in 5 minutes, we'll either get an update to this warning and or Roscommon is going to be added. And the reason I say that is because this is starting to tend to line up with everything else. So right now, let's back out and show you. So see the line down here in Ogama County? It really has been trying all morning to link up with the energy to the south. Now that we're going to be east of I-75, this is going to link up. These are going to link up. So, and the reason that I don't like the rotation and these linking up is because this is going to head into Oscoda, the rest of Ogama, Alcona, areas towards, Alpena counties. I don't think it'll be that far north, but this is just going to head east down M72 and M55. And if it decides to bow and create a gust front, that's where we could have some issues. So again, this cell is just, it's like an amoeba. Like it literally has been circled the entire time and has gone just due east. But as it's starting to connect to that little bit of energy down towards West Branch, I think that is reason why I think Roscommon, one, you need to be on your toes there, but two, I think you might be included in this update coming up here. Thanks, Ken. Crazy win. Where at, Shannon? No, Amanda. Yeah, Rachel, you probably got a, what do they call it? Significant weather bulletin? Any hail for Gaylord? No. Grayling will be fine later today. Most of this will be done by noon, 1, 2 o'clock. So if you're just joining us, we've known that, we could have had severe weather today. The question was on timing and how many waves. And the reason I say that is because we have this wave, but we've been watching a line of storms that stretches all the way back towards Wisconsin right here. These have been in the past. Look at all the storm reports. They had an absolutely massive tornado over here towards Jamestown yesterday. But you can see it went right through North Dakota, northern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, and is now starting to regen a little bit in the eastern UP. I would not be surprised if we get a warning here for the eastern UP. But this is the backside. This is the last wave of storms here as it'll head east. So we'll see if this regens a little bit heading into the tip of the mitt. But that's what we're watching for later this morning, early afternoon. Let's go back to reflectivity and back to our warning. But right now, this is the only warning we have. This cell came in off of Lake Michigan at around 6 a.m. And has really just held course. It has held steady. It has recycled and regened several times. Of course, Douglas. Rain buckets in South Branch? Yeah, I would assume so. I've seen around 9:15, 9:30 Petoskey getting hit again. Yeah, in Petoskey right now, there you are. Not severe, but you could have some very heavy rain, maybe some small hail. But yeah, see, this is all linking up, and I think this, so, okay, yeah, let's back out, show you this. So yeah, see this cell? This is taking all of this energy. This, yeah. This line is feeding off this system right here. So this line is kind of separate and working its way through. This is just going to work its way east, might linking up with this band in Ogama. But this back here, it is not severe right now, but we do have some pretty good storms. I'm interested to see if these regen into stronger storms as they get into this fresher air, if you will, or juicier air in the eastern UP. It's just as it's running east, it's running out of the key ingredients that it needs to continue to grow. So we'll see how these react here in the eastern UP. They dropped the warning. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I can see why. They dropped the warning in Crawford County. This is just a wild cell. I want to see what winds look like. That's better. Yeah, the winds are definitely better. Okay. They're still gusty, and you're still going to see a little bit of mixing, but see how there's nothing to play with? Yeah, the red is still, out here in front, but there's no green to mix with. The winds out in front it's running into less energetic air. See, like when I back out, it's turning red over here. So that's good news. I'm much better feeling about this. That's great. This, on the other hand, is just the backside of the storm, so that's fine. But yeah, they dropped the warning. There's no longer a severe thunderstorm warning in Crawford County, but the cell is still there. It's a massive cell, Alan. It was wild. It stayed this way, so it grew in Wisconsin, impacted Door County, and then came across Lake Michigan, hit Leelanau County, Grand Traverse County, Antrim County, Kalkaska County, Crawford County, and it hasn't changed size at all. I don't know why they haven't continued to warn it. Usually they would. I'm not going to end stream just yet. I'm definitely going to continue to watch this with you guys. But let's take a look at Future View. Let's find out what the latest Future View shows and see what we got ourselves for. Latest 6Z. Okay. When I put this into motion, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So anyone north, that's actually a really good run. Okay, so this is a really good run of Future View. So you can see, what is it, 8 a.m.? So it's pretty close. It's about, 25 miles off, but you can see it's pretty close to what we are seeing right now. So this is a model, right? So all of the conditions that weather balloons and everything's pulling in, it does all the mathematical equations, and models show you what could be happening if everything stays that way, right? So it shows the eastern UP, western UP, that's a bit on the extreme side, but when we put it into motion, oops, that's not what I wanted. I can't see my computer here. So it shows 10, 11 o'clock. You start getting that second line of storms through the eastern UP. 2 o'clock, there's still a cell up there. I don't know if that will happen, but you can see then it remains on the rainy side for the rest of the day up there. That's an interesting... I was wondering what I was hearing. I heard the salon next door. That's not a bad interpretation. The NAM is usually not that good, but not bad. We got some storm reports. Let's see what the storm reports are for us. Hail, 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 hail. So yeah, everybody was reporting hail. Sky is brighter? Good. Yeah, so as this starts moving east, you'll definitely see better conditions. But the majority of lower peninsula, you're done. So we're going to have gusty south-southwest winds today, but this front brings in the heat. So if you guys have been listening or seeing our updates, we are going to be in for a mini heat wave really today, tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. So this front that's moving through, that's giving us these showers and storms, it's the second warm front in 2 days, a day. That is opening the door to extremely warm air from the south. I mean, temperatures are going to be today probably topping out around 90 in some spots. And not to mention, we just had all this rain. So Traverse City, it is going to be muggy. like that muggy. Ugh, like muggy. Tomorrow we're gonna have temperatures low 80s to low 90s, and then Monday low 80s to mid 90s, but the heat index could be pushing 100 plus. So heat advisories are out in full force for northern Michigan until Tuesday. I think there's an extreme heat watch for some southern counties, like more Midland downstate, because they could be seeing heat indices of 105. So it is not going to be fun when it comes to the heat. I don't know about, I can't say it's not going to be fun. For those who enjoy heat, like this will be great for you. I don't enjoy heat. I'm a northern Michigan born and bred kid, so like don't get me anything more than 80. 75 and below, great. 80 and above, not good. So that's when I start losing my mind a little bit. Yes, Michelle, just like Florida weather. They got that marathon in Charlevoix this morning. Well, good news is, I mean, they don't have severe weather, but yeah, it's going to be soggy for them, right? That would not be fun. Sky starting to get dark in Houghton Lake right now? It shouldn't be. There ain't nothing going on. Probably seeing it leave. God, that cell is crazy, though. That is just a behemoth. Rain, hail. Is there still hail in it? I can't see my mouse. No rotation. There's still some hail. Interesting. Yeah, we will have a lot of sunshine today, Natasha, especially in the lower peninsula. Storm was wicked. Stay hydrated, everyone. It's true, Adam. 100%. Thunder and lightning in the UP. Yeah, you guys have that storm coming in. So I'm going to hang with you guys because these cells, if they regen enough, like this little guy right here, just northeast of Manistee, these could be severe. If you're in the eastern UP, this is the wave that we were talking about earlier this morning that we were telling you guys about, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock. So this is going to be the next wave. This is the last wave, if you will, too. But this is what we have to watch closely. This is, again, all from North Dakota yesterday evening where they had monstrous storms, massive tornadoes yesterday over there. But these are all from that system as they develop. They continue to recycle and regen all the way across Minnesota, all the way across Wisconsin, western UP. Now they're working into the eastern UP. What you can expect with these for the eastern UP is extremely heavy rain, also possibly a little bit of hail. But again, if this does hit the right air as it gets towards areas like Newberry, Nobbinway, Trout Lake, you could see these go severe. So again, we'll watch these very closely here over the next, few hours. Savannah, yeah. Thankfully, I didn't park in the parking lot, thankfully, today. I parked underneath the deck here at the station. Otherwise, my truck would have not been happy. Any chance the lake breeze breaks the cap and taps into the crazy amount of Cape today? I haven't looked at that yet this morning. I don't think so. The cap over here is a little bit different than it was yesterday over in North Dakota. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. If it does, it'll be the Lake Huron side, and it will be late today. They have to get sunshine too. No, Bill, it was all pretty far north of you guys. I am going to take 5 minutes, though. I will be right back for you all. Yeah. So now I have my mic here. I'm going to go grab some water real quick and go to the bathroom, and then I'll be right back. But we are continuing to watch those storms to the north. This cell, we'll continue to watch it as well. Nothing is severe at the moment. That cell was allowed to expire, but I will be right back. Give me just a few minutes. Thanks, guys. All right. We should be back. Lost power. See, and that's why I like doing the streaming. So if you lose power, you can always still pull us up on your phone. Pouring 3 miles, Big Thunder, Mayo, yes. You guys have the cell that we had in Traverse City about hour and a half ago. Hour and a half ago. Actually, 2 hours ago. There you go. So yeah, this cell is pretty good. Rose City is going to be seeing some pretty heavy rain. Probably going to see a little bit of hail in this. It's definitely not as hail core heavy right now, but it's areas south of M72, so southern portions of Oscoda County. Mayo right now, you're just on the edge of it. But yeah, expect probably an hour of heavy rain. That's what we've seen. Thoughts on the tail in the northeast quadrant of Wisconsin having enough energy to slip across Lake Michigan to have fun over here? I don't think it'll happen, especially with this guy. This guy stole a lot of energy. Yeah, plus these guys are stealing a lot of energy. I just do not see this tail doing anything by any means. We can flip radars too to see what's going on. Yeah, see, it's not even warned over there. But, I mean, it depends on what these cells do. If these cells stay here and just continue to gobble up air, you won't see much. That's Grand Rapids. There you go. That's Gaylord. See, I still think you guys could get a little bit of something in the eastern UP, though. Not raining right now in Lake George area, Harrison? No. You guys probably won't see anything for the rest of the day, Marcia. Big fat raindrop in a lot on M33 out of Rose City? Yes. Rose City is getting this little guy. You might make it through, you might just get scraped by it, Bobby. I think just windy in Gaylord, nothing major. Yeah, Gaylord's kind of in the no-fly zone today. This went south. This will more likely go north. So, kind of in the no-fly zone today. But yes, I think Lake Huron could definitely be interesting. If this skedaddles by noon and you guys start seeing sunshine, and as that front or that boundary layer moves through with a little bit of a lake breeze, that could break the cap. But we'll see how that handles. Quiet east of Grayling now. Florida? Hot. I don't know. I really don't. I was questioning it yesterday even with Cadillac. Let's look at it. Totally forgot what I was doing. SPC. SPC won't update until afternoon too with this. So they just, yeah, doesn't make sense. I don't know why I'm looking it up on my computer when I can just use the weather computer. See, sometimes you get tired and you don't think straight. Mackinac Island, you'll see a few storms here later this morning. SPC. They've adjusted a little bit. To be quite honest with you, whoever asked that question, Jimmy, I think it was, SPC, this is all ready for what we're seeing right now. So Traverse City southeast towards West Branch, that's what we're getting right now. This is for what the eastern UP has moving in currently. I bet you that's what it is. Nope, I want this. So yeah, Mackinac Island will be seeing this cluster or islands of storms within the next hour or so, 2 hours, and it will be this way for an hour or two. Nothing severe up here. It's just thunderstorms. Lightning? Yeah, there's some lightning. And then you have this guy robbing. This guy robbed all the energy. But these are what we're continuing to watch. Weather in Mayo this afternoon, it'll be sunny and hot. Lightning and thunder boomers in the Sioux. Holy cow. I'm in the Sioux and we had thunder that rattled my windows and lightning that was like a switch on and off. Yes, we've been seeing that all morning. That's one thing with these storms. I noticed it was extra loud. Bigger clouds. Bigger clouds, more frequent lightning, bigger thunder. And what I mean, it doesn't, I guess I should explain that. I don't mean the bigger the clouds, the louder the thunder will be. The bigger the clouds, relative to the stronger the storm. So all of these storms were major storms over in North Dakota yesterday. In fact, I was watching YouTube yesterday, and Reed Timmer intercepted a monster of a tornado over towards Jamestown, North Dakota. And it went from no tornado to probably an F4, F5 tornado in a matter of minutes. And they intercepted it, but all those storms booked east, and they continued to recycle and regen through Minnesota, through Wisconsin, into the western UP. And this is where they're at now. But these are holding a lot of power. The problem is they're running into not nearly as juicy air as what they had in North Dakota. North Dakota had so much going on with the jet stream and the shear, and like it was wild. For us, we're kind of on the far reaches of that. So all of these are running downstream into northern Michigan, and we're kind of the end of it. So these will probably survive into Canada, and they might get a big refresh, regen, once they get towards like New York-ish. But for the most part, I don't know if these will turn severe. My bet is no, but I'll stick with you guys and watch them here. But I think these are just going to be stronger storms. Yeah, you're going to have a few that rattle the house, the windows. You're going to have some heavy rain, possibly some sizable hail. Northern Beaver Island right now, probably going to see a little bit of hail with that little cell. This is what you're going to see for the rest of the morning in the eastern UP, tip of the mitt. Good news is I don't think they'll be severe, but again, we'll watch them pretty closely. Odds are not in their favor right now to get much energy. For the lower peninsula, we're pretty much done south of M32. Again, we'll watch these, but I just do not see them deciding to develop and work their way south by any means. But here's that cell over in Oscoda County and northern Ogama. Heading to the east. Again, kind of in between Mayo and Rose City. Rose City's on the very southern edge of it. Mayo's on the very far north edge of it. In between is where the core's been, where you see the winds, the hail. Again, that is what has worked its way from Lake Michigan. It has been this size and has been moving due east. There has been not a whole lot of wobble to this storm, that's for sure. Yeah, there's some wind gusts with it, leading edge. Not a whole lot in the way of rotation. You don't have to be scared, Jeannie. Just be prepared. It's a lot of letters there, Roger. Oh, let's see here. Let's see what the tail is doing. Green Bay. Yeah, it's trying to get a little farther south. It's trying. It's not really succeeding. But again, nothing is severe either. Yeah, there's some initial wind gusts, but that's really about it. White cloud, could it be bad? There's a marginal risk. No, Justin, you're pretty much done for the day. Marine warning. I'm going to get a chair. Sorry for the stupid comment. No, it wasn't stupid at all. I mean, a lot of people are scared of storms, but what you have to remember is be prepared, you know, and that way you won't have to be scared. You have thunder in Alpena, Christopher? Yeah, more than likely. Yeah, you're starting to see the connection between this line. This cell's eating up everything in its way. I would assume tip of the mitt. So Petoskey is just seeing regen after regen after regen. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys start having some flooding issues in Harbor Springs. Cross Village, I've seen this storm pretty much last hour. So yeah, we're seeing how these redevelop. There's a few good cells over the lake. Starting to thunder and rain in Bay Mills. Yep, you guys have those kind of showers and storms in between right now. So we'll show you guys future view again so you guys can see what the rest of the day looks like. So through the rest of this morning, you got the showers and storms up there. I'm half wondering if, so yeah, UP, you'll go through at least 2 o'clock with the storms. And then NAM decides that he's going to give you a lot of rain. But I don't think that'll happen. But you can see the lower peninsula, we're pretty much done after that cell, right? It heads over the Lake Huron shoreline. We start seeing sunshine through the afternoon. We mix the clouds out, and then we tap into those gusty south winds, and that gives us a ton of heat today. No, Zach, it won't. You guys might get a little bit of something down there right now, but or the next hour or two, but nothing this afternoon. I don't know if I can't see it. Please hold. Her. I do like this run. According to your future tester, Michael, that's going to get, the UP is going to get hammered. Yeah, I think it's a little bit extreme. I think it's somewhere in between that one, or the NAM and the HER. This is the HER, if I can grab it. See, I like that one better. The NAM is very aggressive. But yeah, you can see the south stays dry. winds, warm temperatures. And then we have plenty of sunshine tomorrow and heat. So yeah. After these move out and we get humidity boosts when the sun comes out, would some stronger pop-up storms be possible? No, we're going to be capped. And what I mean by that is the atmosphere will not be supportive of storms. Even if it was, the only way that you could probably break the cap, Jimmy mentioned it earlier, I think it was Jimmy. It takes some things to break the cap in order for the clouds to rise and be able to make big storms. When you're capped and hot, it takes like extreme heat to break the cap. That will be possible on Monday. We could have some severe weather in spots because of the heat, but today is not going to be the case. Boat day tomorrow, yes. As I told my wife, pool day. She can finally enjoy her, well, I don't know if it's warm enough yet, but we put our pool up, but she hasn't been in it yet. Because it's been raining. So yeah, that's what we have going on right now. I think UP, I mean, we'll sit here and continue to watch these, but I just do not think that these are going to fire, guys. I do not see us getting the severe weather in the eastern UP. Doesn't mean you're not going to have heavy rain, because you're going to have that. Doesn't mean that you couldn't see some small hail, because you could. But I just do not see these storms making severe criteria for the most part. This cell right here is pretty strong. Is it right along US 2? Yeah, east of Manistee. That cell is hefty. Not severe, but it's hefty. And that's just basically what we have going on right now. This is wild. I don't know what's happening down here towards Harbor Springs. This is just a mess. If you're in and around the Harbor Springs area, more than likely you have some standing water to deal with. But Lake Huron side, I don't think you guys are going to see anything storm-wise. One, this cell stole most of the fun, and these cells are now starting to steal your fun as well. This cell, definitely gaining strength. Looks like a heart. See, there's not even much wind with them. These things are moving so slow. There's just a ton of hail. These are just tall clouds. Power's out. Oof. Supposed to race cars at Kinross this afternoon. That's our chance. What's our chances? 6 p.m. Oh, you'll be good, Tim. Welcome hot weekend to Michigan weather. Tropical hot humid weather is in store for the state of Michigan. Everyone stay inside as much as possible. Drink some water. Stay safe. Let's keep an eye on the latest updates with storm prediction centers. Yeah, the storm prediction center, I don't like their latest update. Like, I just don't see this happening. I think this area right here, Traverse City to West Branch, I think that's for the storms that we had just roll through. It's just not possible to see anything pop this afternoon. Let's read it, shall we? Large storm. I mean, you might get what's over towards Petoskey, Heidi, but it shouldn't be anything severe. Read the special weather statement on the storm for Crawford County. Very interesting read. The Cape is mostly elevated today. SPC. Outflow remnant convection from last night's severe MCS over the northern plains was currently moving over upper Michigan. Northern Michigan, while the vorticity maximum is moving through the northwestern Ontario. General expectation is the vorticity maximum to continue eastward through central Ontario and southern Quebec, with this system glancing the lower Great Lakes region tonight. The low-level jet is expected to persist, helping to maintain an isolated severe potential with the activity ongoing in the Great Lakes region for the next few hours, correct? There's some chance that the reintensification occurs along the outflow later this morning across lower Michigan, where daytime heating will contribute to strengthening buoyancy. We ain't having no daytime heating. A slight risk was maintained for this scenario, although warm, low, mid-level temperatures and resultant capping cast doubt to its viability. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Further east across the lower Great Lakes region. Yeah, it's just, we're capped. Here. Oh, I can't do it from over here. I was going to show you guys more of the severe weather stuff, but I can't do that. Let's look at the Her does a bad job of convection, though. Let's look at the NAM. NAM does a better job with convection. Do we have the severe tools, though? Yes. Severe weather. Stop it. Just go up. Thank you. So let's look at some Cape. Oh, dude, stop. So yeah, Cape through. Yeah, the Cape through the UP, through the morning, and tip of the mid. The lower peninsula just doesn't see it. There's a wobble in the jet that leaves the lower peninsula alone. There's just not much to it. Yeah, I don't know. Just don't see us breaking it today. Oops. Hello? Why do you keep doing that? Whoa! Thank you. Drummond Island, rainy and windy? Yes. Slight risk of nothing. It's true. Just got a severe weather alert for where? No, Barbara. Big Rapids is possible 110 degrees today? No, Kylie, it will not be 110 today. Probably around 90. Kalkaska here, just got out of bed. Storm was amazing. Is more coming? No, Barbara. Do you think Crawford will get hit again today, or are we in the clear? You're in the clear, Lindy. What is the weather prediction for Onaway this evening for the Monster Truck Show? You'll be fine. Granddaughter camping in Rose City. What is going on there? They are seeing this cell. They have been seeing, wow, that cell got much, wait, oh, it's national, that's why. I was so confused. They're just about to exit this cell, but they just had some extremely heavy rain, possibly some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. But yeah, they got the remnants of the cell that's been wreaking havoc across the lower peninsula this morning. Right in the thralls of the orange from Harbor Springs. The weather alert was for Sheboygan, Emmett. Oh, was it significant storm? Yeah, it's not a severe alert. Or a special weather statement. Is that what it was? Oh, I guess I could ask. Whoa, what are you doing? My computer is going wonky. Stop, man. Data. my goodness gracious. There you go. Special weather statement, yeah. Will slight be removed by 12:30? We'll keep the slight risk. They will have a better idea if the cap can be broken by 12:30. I would assume we get updated by 12:30 to nothing. I think if they keep a slight risk around today, it is going to be the Lake Huron shoreline. And the reason I say that is because of the cap. A little bit of a lake breeze could change that, but I don't think the SPC stays the way it is for the rest of the day by any means. So yeah, this cell, why I'm sticking with you guys here is because let's see if this gets a little more energy. UP is continuing to kind of fall apart. I'd like to see what this cell does. We'll see if that makes it over to central Mackinac County. But yeah, we'll continue to hang around with you guys, see what this does. For the most part, though, to kind of recap, I've been here since 3:30, 4 o'clock. I came in because I knew we'd probably have some severe weather. The only severe storm that we had was a rogue cell that developed in Wisconsin and moved across Lake Michigan and absolutely battered Leelanau County to still battering areas over towards Alpena, Elkona counties. Heavy rain. We had some big hail here in downtown Traverse City, a very loud thunder, but it was moving so slow. It was moving at 30 miles per hour. And with it moving at 30 miles per hour, it dropped a ton of rain. We had a lot of standing water across areas of northern Michigan this morning. Talks about strong thunderstorm, hail, and 55 mile per hour winds. Yeah. Sleep stream. I wish. Sleep hasn't been a thing I've had much this week of. Yeah, so the special weather statement here, I can turn those on. I just never turn them on. Yeah, so Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Harbor Springs, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is a storm that, was it Heidi? I can't remember. Someone asked about Rogers City. It's moving east at 50 miles per hour. So it's finally moving. Oh, something finally initiated movement, thankfully. Wind gusts of 50, 55 miles per hour and penny-sized hail. So you need to have winds of 60 or more and dimes and quarter-size hail. So you need to have winds of 60 miles per hour or more, or quarter-size hail for a severe thunderstorm warning. So you're very, very close, but it's not severe. It could be, though. Once it gets towards, is that Pellston? Yeah, so here's the hail. That's where the core is. But it's moving east at 50, 55, so it lands in Pellston right now, heading towards I-75, just south of Carp Lake. Heading towards Aloha. But yeah, this was what was hanging around Harbor Springs for a long time. It's wild to me that it just started picking up speed, though. Cherry Capital Airport shows about 1.5 inches of rain in about an hour. Yeah, it was coming down in sheets. How are things in Petoskey? I think they're drying out as we speak. Yeah. They're better now. But this is moving east at 50, 55. What's the cell doing down here? Hey, it changed. It's no longer a big old circle glob. Goodar. Heading towards Glenny. So yeah, on the way, you're probably going to be in for a storm here shortly. Well, you're in between cells, actually, so probably not. But yeah, this is cruising east. So Indian River, you're on the south edge of it. Pellston, they're about to Pellston. You'll probably see some small hail, heavy rain. This is moving east. It should stick south of Sheboygan, but we'll continue to watch it. Not severe. The UP ones, looks like they're just rain right now. Oh, they have a severe thunderstorm warning over here. Who's that? Delta County. Okay. So, we got one over there. We'll see if it translates over here. Yeah, Stephen. You might catch one of these cells over here. Poston's going to be one of the last places to see the storm, so probably noon, 1, 2. So it is definitely going to be later, but they could see some stuff later. So right now, nothing severe. Again, we had one severe storm that really ran the gamut from Leelanau County. You can see all the storm reports. There was some sizable hail, but ran from Leelanau County all the way east into now in Alcona, and so still in between M55 and M72, heading towards Tawas, and also Harrisville, but it is definitely weakened. This is our next cell that we're watching. Could be something that gives us some hail towards Pellston right now. Gaylord is also a bit conservative, I've noticed, comparing to other National Weather Service offices. It depends. I actually think they're more liberal with the warnings. Yeah, you guys are seeing it right now, Shasta. Just nothing severe. I think anything severe in the eastern UP here in the next few hours is going to be south mainly. But the Sioux is currently seeing those showers and storms. There's a line back here that's not severe. It could give you a few more thunder boomers, heavy rain. Is bro okay? Am I bro? I'm good. I'm Gucci. My wife texted me. Said, "How are you?" She's like, "Watching you." Hi, my love. So yeah, we had one severe thunderstorm warning that went from Leelanau all the way over to the lake. Well, they canceled the warning in Oscoda County, so they let it expire in Crawford. Now it's just a little bit of a weak cell on the Lake Huron shoreline. This is the next cell that we're watching closely here that stretches really anywhere from Indian River all the way back up towards Cross Village. So the one thing that we have been seeing with these storms here as of the last hour or so is they're starting to link up. So we're starting to see from the eastern UP down through Cross Village, Pellston right now getting absolutely pummeled with extremely heavy rain. Probably some sizable hail too. Well, I should say penny-size hail. But that should be working its way through Pellston right now. That's kind of the core of this cell. When we back out, you can see it's linking back up with this cluster of storms back towards western Mackinac County. So areas towards Nobbin, Engadine, be ready for some heavy rain, possibly even a little bit of hail, I would assume. Let's check the winds. I want to see what winds are doing. I mean, the winds aren't too bad. There is a little bit of a gust front with this cell down here. Um, yeah, not too bad. There's a little bit of hail southwestern Mackinac County. Definitely some hail towards Pellston. So again, that's where my focus is right now, is this cell from Cross Village all the way down towards Indian River. You look tired, man. Yeah, I've been up since 2, but I woke up every day at 1 o'clock in the morning. I had to cover MTM and then work 12 hours every day. So yeah. A silent stage? Of course, Lisa. No wind in Alanson. That's good, Angie. Good evening from Melbourne. Hello, Catherine. Melbourne's out there. You were, what, 14 hours difference? Well, no, you're ahead of us, right? 14 hours ahead? A day ahead? Close to? So yeah, right now, nothing severe. That's the good news. But we do have this cell impacting the tip of the mitt. Pellston, Aloha, Indian River. These areas continuing to see some gusty winds as well as some heavier rain showers. Definitely a lot of lightning and thunder. These are the types of storms that will shake your house real good. They are taller. So with the storms moving through, just be expecting that. But yeah, I don't think, again, we'll watch this cell closely, but I don't think that we are going to be busting out in the severe weather up in the UP as these showers and storms continue to be just Sault Ste. Marie, Brimley, you're seeing some steady, light, moderate rain showers. These storms are starting to cross Whitefish Bay, but again, not seeing a whole lot of gusto with them by any means, just some storms. Some stronger storms back here. We'll watch these closely from Mackinac County. Might have a little bit of gusto there. And then, of course, we'll watch these cells back here towards central UP, areas towards Gladstone, Escanaba. But again, main focus right now is this little guy. Looks like we're getting a little more hail. Severe weather possible all week starting Monday? No, I don't think it's going to be all week. Monday definitely could be, but it's going to be on the leading edge of the warm. So it's kind of the dome of warm air scenario. Yeah, slight risk for the UP, northwestern lower peninsula on Monday, but that's kind of where the warm air is wrapping. Because we're going to have a Bermuda high. I can show you guys that. Where's the jet stream? Where's my remote? There it is. So here's the jet stream, and this is exactly why the storms that we had, or we're having right now, they developed over in North Dakota and just ran downstream right into northern Michigan. We're the end of the trough here. So as this heads into the weekend, Bermuda High. Bermuda High is going to pinwheel up that warm air, but look exactly where this is a dome of hot air. Look at the edge of that going into Monday. That is where we could have those storms running right there. So that's why we have the slight risk for the UP and the Lake Michigan shoreline, like just scraping through the Lake Michigan shoreline Monday. But going into Wednesday or Tuesday and Wednesday, things should be pretty capped, pretty stable. Going into late next week, we might have some very small storm chances. But as we go into the beginning of July, things continue to be on the warmer side. There might be a storm there going into the end of June, beginning of July. But then going into July 4th, everything's just fine. Look at the heat, another heat dome going into July 4th, July 5th, July 6th. It's going to be working its way east. It'll be hot for us. So that's going to be the case going into next week. Hot, potential for some strong to severe weather on Monday, but then we see things kind of just isolated showers Tuesday and Wednesday. Man. Got 1.6 inches of rain 3 miles north of Roscommon from that cell that went from Roscommon to Mile. That's now pushing through Glenny out to Lake Huron. Nice, Cody. It's a good amount of rain. Kind of following along with you, Michael, as I'm using the radar from WDIV out of Detroit on my Chromebook. Good morning from the Badger. We were 30 minutes out of Ludington. We're experiencing gusty winds from 6 to 8 swells. Yeah, you're probably seeing the leftovers from the front moving through. There's a few storms trying to fire in western Wisconsin, but they look pretty mid. Also, why a marginal risk tomorrow? Marginal risk because of the cap possibly breaking, but I don't think it will. When you get days like that where we have the heat, if anything does break, that's when they it's almost like a cover your butt situation, Justin. Like if something gives, then you could have severe weather. Well, I hope the ride wasn't too bad across Lake Michigan. You definitely, they picked the perfect time to go. You're in between systems. I mean, granted, they're farther north, but still. See, like these cells have not moved. Like, let's put this in motion, shall we? I'm actually intrigued now to see this in motion. I guess they are moving now. But see, everything kind of started going east, more developed. But there's that one cell. It's basically turned into nothing. The storms in the UP are moving good. See, it's this line that's linking that. I think that could possibly be severe. I wouldn't be surprised if a warning comes out for the tip of the mitt. Put it that way. This cell, right there. Lemmy says hi. Hi, Lambs. There's the thunderstorm warning. Called it. We have a new warning. There you go, Sheboygan. And also, was it just Sheboygan County? Well, I guess it's eastern. Sheboygan and eastern Emmett County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30 this morning. That's new. So, goes until 10:30. Severe thunderstorm. Yep, that was Pellston. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. It'll be near Mullet Lake around 9:45. Sheboygan State Park in Alverno around 9:50. 9 Mile Point around 10 a.m. So, wow. Holy smokes. Did that just update? Look at that hail core. Holy. That can't be right. Holy buckets, Charlie Brown. Look at that hail. I would be very intrigued to see what size that hail is. If it is only quarter, you're getting a lot of hail right now. Wow. It's been a while since I've seen a return like that. Holy smokes. All right, so I-75, if you know somebody driving I-75 right now, just south of the bridge, tell them to not drive through that. This is a lot of hail. So extremely heavy rain, gusty winds, but a hail core right here that is definitely leading to a lot of hail. This is the type of return that gives you what looks like inches of snow, but it's just hail. So right now, severe thunderstorm warning in Sheboygan as well as eastern Emmett counties goes until 10:30. basically for this hail, or this core right here, moving to the east-northeast. What did I say it was moving at 55 miles per hour? 50 miles per hour. So we can tell you exactly where it's heading. Northeast at 55. Oh, I can't do that. I gotta back out. Gotta back out more. So in its way, Sheboygan in about 8 minutes? That doesn't seem right. Well, no, that doesn't seem right at all. I think my arrow is having some issues. But yeah, that is moving northeast. So some very, very heavy rain, is extremely big hail, or a lot of hail, I should say. But that is moving across I-75 as we speak. So this cell is connected to the storm in Bliss, but Bliss, you're not under the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it's fed all the way back here up in the eastern UP. So areas, what we got down here? Riggsville Road, Dotsky, I-75, obviously, Minch. Holy smokes, it got much wider or taller. So crossing I-75, Church Road, Riggsville, Minch Road, Maynard Road. If you're east of I-75 there in Sheboygan County on these roads, just a heads up, you have quite a bit of hail on the way in. I mean, that's impressive. What that tells me is it's a very, very tall storm. Could look at the cloud tops. Yeah, I'm not seeing any like significant rotation. Definitely seeing some winds though. Any more info on Boyne Falls? If you haven't seen anything yet, you're probably not going to see anything today. You might catch a stray storm, but that's about it. How's Tawas? Tawas is fine. And Gatesville heading to the Sioux. Skies are getting dark, slight rain. Yeah, there's not much going up on in the eastern UP right now. Hellcore. Hailcore. But yeah, this is that's all hail. So Carp Lake, seeing the heavier rain, not in the warning at the moment. Same with Bliss, but this warning is mainly right here for here. It's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So Sheboygan, you will see this probably in about 5 to 10 minutes. But again, you could be seeing a little bit of hail into southern Sheboygan. And this is moving its way towards 23 and Lake Huron. But it's going to be going through the majority of Sheboygan County. Aloha, you're going to be too far south, so you're not going to be seeing any of that. But again, this is mainly booking towards Sheboygan. At the moment. So yeah, that core is moving northeast quite quickly. So why does it say so slow? Man, that's an intense return. I don't know if I've ever seen that intensive return with this system. Let me check this radar real quick. Oh, there it is. This definitely got some surge. That's for sure. What is weather in Tennessee? I'm not sure. When will big storms hit Kinchlow-Kinross area? Probably not today. Golf ball size hail in Riggsville? Okay. So that's right. They went right over crossing I-75. Less hail return. Good news there. Got some big raindrops in the Sioux. Sheboygan, Michigan is spelled with a C. Correct. They are picking up speed. They're finally moving east after not having any motion to them. Oh, I left my mouse over here. How about Glenny? Glenny just saw a weak storm that we saw about 2 hours ago. Or is seen, should say that. Wind damage in Cedar, Leelanau County, 50-foot tree, snapped. Oof. Flooding seems low, right? With this, yes. But earlier, no, because it was moving at 30 miles per hour. Just hard rain and lightning downtown Sheboygan. Yeah, it's not to you guys yet. It should be there shortly. You probably have a little bit or small hail as it gets in. But right now, let's see what the hail looks like. There's the wind. Not much in the way of winds. Rotation, not much in the way of rotation. There's the hail. So you might get a little bit of hail in Sheboygan. Definitely the hail core is still back towards I-75. But yeah, that is definitely some intense hail. That one frame, man. So it looks like, so this is my personal expertise opinion here. So what's happening is this section is breaking off and is continuing to run the gamut, just running out of steam. This line has linked up with this, and this is all starting to squish south. This will continue to work its way east-southeast, hence what's happening here. So like we mentioned, these storms are now starting to fire for the tip of the mitt. Not so much the eastern UP, maybe Mackinac County, but Chippewa, Luce, I don't think you see anything severe here through the rest of the morning. I think this will be mainly confined here to the tip of the mitt, like we saw happen here with Sheboygan County. Good news is continuing to weaken. It's losing a little bit of steam. Sheboygan, extremely heavy rain, but this one is moving much faster than the one that was impacting Traverse City, Kalkaska, Grayling earlier. That one was moving at 30. This one's moving at 50, 55. Like we told you, typically with severe weather, they move at 50, 55, and as they're moving, it's like a wake. The winds translate to the surface at 50, 55, 60 miles per hour. So this is cruising to the east, and right now you're in the thick of the heavy rain, possibly some small hail. That's going to follow 27 all the way down towards Aloha. Aloha is going to be on the south end. You're still seeing quite a bit of rain, but the hail should be mainly north of you. That's moving east towards 23 and also the Lake Huron shoreline. But these areas here in northeastern Sheboygan County definitely probably be in for some extremely heavy rain, possibly some brief gusty winds, and also some possible sizable hail. So again, watch that closely. Carp Lake, even though you're not in the warning, probably a little bit of hail there, crossing I-75 just south of the bridge. The Straits, Mackinac Island, more than likely you guys are going to be looking at the storm moving in here very shortly. Yeah, you can see it's getting ready to get to the bridge. There's a little bit of a core there. The warning expired over here. So, yep, now we are getting ramped up for the tip of the mitt. Quarter-size hail at Old Mackinac Road and Inverness Trail in Sheboygan. Looks like MCS could be trying to form on Lake Michigan. I mean, it's possible. We'll see how far east it gets. It's definitely not going to run into great air, but could be more like this. Tall. Sheboygan just turned green. Ooh, green. Hardy Jail now in town. It started hailing in Sheboygan. Kinross going to get hard, if so soon, so we can figure out if they will have races tonight. You'll have races tonight. They're not going to get hit hard. Heavy rain, light hail in Carp Lake. Sheboygan just turned green. We are on north side of Sheboygan, 2 blocks south of 23. Well, that return weakened quite a bit. Definitely some winds, that's for sure. No rotation, though. Yeah. Just some gusty winds. Mount Morenzi, I haven't checked on you guys in a little bit. You guys might catch a shower and storm like this. We still have to go on the back side of this. Oh, they just issued another warning. We still have to go on the back side of this, so Mount Morenzi might catch a stray storm here in the next 2-3 hours, but nothing like these line of storms. Getting some hail in Sheboygan. Yeah, you should be getting some. So this goes until 10:30. So you still have a half hour. Well, I guess that makes sense. It's on a slant moving east. Hi, Nancy. No, you will not have bad weather today. Quarter-size hail. I can pass that along. I keep forgetting that's not my mouse for this computer. Of course. So yeah, still have this warning going on. So yes, what we're seeing is this finally has movement. It finally has a little bit of speed. It finally has some gusto. I think what it took was it was waiting on this to break off and finally release, which is done. So you're going to see these move east at about 50 miles per hour. So areas up towards Mackinac City right now, seeing the storms move in, maybe some small hail towards the bridge. All of these storms in northern Lake Michigan, really going to be impacting more the tip of the mitt than the eastern UP. Again, watching closely this tail, as we do have some storms developing, or refiring, I should say, regenerating over Lake Michigan. So we'll see how that goes for the tip of the mitt here. But right now, areas in northwestern Presqu'île County, you're not under a warning, but you're seeing the same storms as these areas up here in Sheboygan. Sheboygan, you're currently in the middle of it all. Heavy rain, brief gusty winds, a little bit of hail. Now that's kind of exited off on 23 and heading east along the Lake Huron shoreline. So if you have plans of traveling 23, maybe wait a little bit because these storms have been known to have some sizable hail, and they're continuing to move east right now at about 55 miles per hour. So give it 20 minutes. It'll definitely look a little bit different, that is for sure. But again, severe thunderstorm warning here in Sheboygan County. That goes until 10:30 here this morning. quality director? We are still issuing an, we are, or we will be issuing an air quality advisory for increased levels of ozone tomorrow along with West Michigan Lakeshore. Huh, okay. Faster wiper rain in Dobbin Way. I like that. It would be nice if we could hear you. You can't hear me? Can everybody hear me? Type 1 if you can hear me. I think my mic's fine. 1! Yay! Ones! Okay, so it's not me. Now I can. Did we just... All right, so this is kind of where our attention is drawn to, folks. This rainbow of storms, if you will. Let's back out a little bit so you can see the whole thing. Slap those things off my face. What's going on around the Houghton Lake area? Nothing. Nothing around the Houghton Lake area. All right, so from Escanaba, following the Lake Michigan shoreline back down through the tip of the mitt. The majority of these storms right now are over Lake Michigan. So there's not much going on for people over land at the moment. These storms just do not know what's going on. These won't move. These storms are following this right here. So that's kind of the boundary layer at the moment. And if you've caught us on stream before, the boundary layer is kind of where everything will kind of ride. Like I mentioned before, this before was some stronger storms, but it's kind of broken off. What is happening now is these storms are kind of linking up and running northern Lake Michigan shoreline right down through the tip of the mitt. So we're going to continue to watch these storms at the moment. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in Sheboygan County, northeastern Sheboygan County until 10:30. But these storms are running to the east at about 50, 55 miles per hour, at times 60 miles per hour. And that's what we're going to continue to watch here for you. +50 mile wind gusts today, non-storm related. Yeah, I don't think we'll be that high. Levering, thank you, Danya. So yeah, right now, watching this cell. This one's been noted for regenning severe weather. This cell is going to be heading over Lake Huron. Right now, Boblo, Mackinac, Round Island, those are going to be... Wait, is that included? Is Boblo included in this? No, just shy of Boblo. Okay. So yeah, that's heading east. Right now, the majority of hail is over Lake Huron. There could still be some small hail along 23 in between Sheboygan and Presque Isle County. But Boblo Island, Mackinac Island, starting to get in the heavy rain now and some thunderstorms, possibly even some smaller hail there on Boblo Island. So that's going to continue to be the case there. Straits on the bridge right now, some heavier rain, maybe even some a little bit of hail for these areas there in northern Lake Michigan, heading towards the Straits. So saying this, you could be looking at some small hail a little bit later. Areas up towards Brevoort, looking at what could be a stronger cell. Kind of following US 2. Yeah, right there. Trout Lake, looks like you're seeing just some moderate rain showers. But again, this is just kind of following that wave over northern Lake Michigan. Interesting. So again, watching these cells real quickly throughout the morning here for you. But real quickly, it looks like these cells, again, these could be hail makers. Essentially what they're doing is they're just growing. They're smaller. They're just growing isolated cells over the lakes. And once they get inland, they could give you a little bit of hail and then just kind of poof into nothing. This is a very interesting setup. That cell is still pretty hefty. These cells, though, interesting how this is all setting up. But yeah, Sheboygan County still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30. They might cancel this one. 10:30 might be too long. But this is mainly now over Lake Huron. Still have some pretty hefty rain for Sheboygan. Maybe some small hail northwest of Sheboygan right now. While Boblo seeing some pretty hefty rain showers. Maybe a little bit of hail as well. Tip of the Mitt, some heavier rain showers. But again, the majority of that rain right now in the tip of the Mitt, Straits area, is over water. Like this whole section right here. Lake Michigan shoreline, Charlevoix. Small storm for you. Back here, Little Traverse Bay, you might have this cell working its way in for you. Harbor Springs, you might get another round of rain. Northport, you get another storm. So yeah. Looks like there's another cell developing just south of Sheboygan, heading into Presque Isle County. Interesting. Morning, Ellen. Of course, Kathleen. Metal scale discussion by Storm Prediction Center has a 40% probability of putting a severe thunderstorm watch out for the very northern tip of the lower peninsula today. For later today? Oh, the mesoscale? Let's see. Isolated large hail and strong gusts possible through midday. Oh. If they put a watch out, it would be for now until like 1. A recent uptick in convective intensity has occurred. Yes, that's why these storms are moving now. Adjacent portions of northern lower southern upper Michigan. Moderate elevated buoyancy with weakness in the mid-level hodograph, but the upstream Green Bay sounding sampled substantially stronger mid-level westerlies, which have recently overspread northern lower Michigan per the APX VWP data. This will support embedded supercell structures despite convective mode likely to remain dominated by clustered shortline segments, while the mode should temper overall hail magnitudes to an extent around golf ball size. Yep, we've seen that. Relatively cooler surface temperatures ahead of this activity and elevated character should also subdue the overall wind damage threat. Okay, so they're saying hail makers, like I just told you guys. These are going to be hail makers. Rain and hails. Hi, Paula. So essentially, what's happening is all of these cells, if they issue a watch, it's for everything back here. But these cells are just monsters that are making a lot of hail. The winds aren't too bad. And we were seeing that before. But what we're seeing is these storms grow so fast, so large, so quickly, we're seeing pretty large hail support. See, like all these are all hail makers. You're getting the convective. So like, see the blow off? So they're going up, and they're making hail pretty quickly. So that's what you're seeing in the tip of the mitt right now. That's what the mesoscale discussion was talking about, is you're going to have more of these small storms firing like that. They grow quickly, they make hail, drop hail, and then they're gone. Wish they would get a real job? Who? So yeah, that is what we're watching right now over Northern Lake Michigan, as well as the central UP, all the way to the tip of the mitt. How's Alcona looking like? Alcona's good. You guys are just getting rid of that cell that you had earlier. You're good for the day. Should be capped. Severe thunderstorm warning for Charlevoix County. Wait, what? Oh, Beaver Island. I bet. Yep, there it is. Beaver Island, you have a severe thunderstorm warning till 10:45 this morning, and that's because of that going over there. 55 miles per hour, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So same thing that we've been seeing for the areas over on land, but Beaver Island, you have, and the islands around it, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 because of this cell right here. Essentially this back here, that is going to be moving east at 55 miles per hour. So that could give you possibly quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and extremely heavy rain. But the concern for flooding isn't a huge thing here because this storm is moving at a pretty good clip. But again, the hail is, again, the issue. That is what we've been seeing a lot with this. And it always boggles my mind because this is Charlevoix County, even though Charlevoix is down there. Because if you look at Charlevoix County, so many people might be so confused. What's going on in Charlevoix County? Nothing. Beaver Island, though. So yeah, I am safely going to assume. By the way, Sheboygan, your warning is now over as it's over Lake Huron. And I think it's safe to assume that we're going to get running warnings for these storms as they move east through the tip of the mitt. So if you're in the tip of the mitt, just prepare for now until probably 1 o'clock. You're going to be getting warnings coming through because of these systems. I think it's probably going to be a safe bet because of the nature of these storms, the rate at which they can grow and the rate at which they can give you large hail. That is going to be the main player in these warnings here as these storms, the tail, works its way through the tip of the mitt. Eastern UP, southern Mackinac County, you might get something out of these, but for the most part, it's going to be Mackinac City and south here towards Petoskey. That's where the majority of these are going to be hitting. Tornado risk is dead? Yeah, no risk for that. If there was a risk, it would have been with that one cell earlier. So Beaver Island, you have a severe thunderstorm warning and islands around it until 10:45 because of this system right here. With it could have quarter-size hail, torrential rains, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Next up, crossing Lake Michigan is going to be this cell from Wisconsin and central UP. This could also hold some sizable hail as well as some very gusty winds. While areas here on the Lake Michigan shoreline will continue to watch these spotty showers and storms, but the thing is they pop up, drop the hail, and then they're gone. You can see these are much smaller than what they were just about 5 minutes ago. So we're going to continue to watch these storms over the straits, Lake Huron shoreline. Actually, it looks like right here, another little hail core is developed. So I would not be surprised, if we continue to see this. Right now, what you're seeing is the forcing is really getting an uptick across the tip of the mitt. This is what we call the regen. So if you know anybody, actually, I know somebody who's there. I think, maybe. I think Rachel's on the island. I think. find out. I know she was going there yesterday. I just don't know if she returned. But yeah, Beaver Island under a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45 because of this cell right here, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So this is actually boogieing pretty quickly. So we're going to see that extremely heavy rain, possibly quarter-size hail or more, and then also those wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So the northern half of Beaver Island already in the thick of it, while the southern end still actually dry in some spots, but you will be clipped by this as it works its way to the east. And again, moving at 55 miles per hour. And this goes right over northern Lake Michigan into the straits. So areas towards saying this right now, areas over towards the bridge, you are seeing possibly some small hail. Mackinac Island, you are seeing that heavy, heavy rain right now, as well as that storm cruising through. Mackinac City might be seeing some small hail at the moment, and then it kind of bends back over northern Lake Huron. But Beaver Island is the only one right now with the severe thunderstorm warning. Genesee County had flooding on the roads. Yeah, down I-75 heading towards Detroit had quite a bit of flooding. What are the little red circles in West Shoreline? Sorry, just noticed them. Those are storm reports. Those are storm reports. This was from like if you click them, it'll tell you what it is. So category hail, Traverse City, magnitude 1 inch. From 1 mile east of Traverse City. I think ours was, I can't see. Inch and a half, 2 miles southeast Traverse City. So yeah, those are storm reports. I turned them on to see if they would give us some a little more something. There was a tree that was knocked down. I don't know, it might be up top. But yeah, some hail. Can I turn it off now, please? Well, now it's not going to go away, and I can't see what to click. There we go. It gives us the reports of hail in the area. Chance of storms after 2 p.m. Where at, Justin? Because I don't think it'll be happening. Lots of noise and wind picking up. No rain right now in Melanson. Will Boyne City get hit again? We are out of power at my house. You could have a storm, passing storm, but nothing major. Oh, she is. Should I FaceTime Rachel? She's on Beaver Island right now. I just asked her what's happening. She's like, it's wild. I'm like, I'm sure it is. So yeah, Beaver Island currently under a severe thunderstorm warning till 10:45. Well, boy, my phone gave me a thunderstorm warning. I'm also in Boyne. Is Boyne in Charlevoix County? Well, you shouldn't have got a warning. Oh, you might have got a special statement, special weather statement. Shouldn't have got a warning, though. When will it clear out of Mackinac City? You'll probably be clear in Mackinac City around 2 o'clock this afternoon, 1 o'clock this afternoon. But yes, Boyne, you could have some of these pop-up showers move through But as of severe right now, I'm not seeing anything severe. We'll see what this storm does crossing Lake Michigan. I would bet this one gets a warning too. I would bet a lot of these get warnings. We'll see how they react. But yeah, it's just a straight line of showers and storms. This cell, known to be severe, is heading to the east-southeast. This cell is severe for Beaver Island. This cell all the way across Lake Michigan, not severe, but holding very heavy rain as well as some very gusty winds, cruising through the straits right now over the bridge, Mackinac Island, Boblo Island, and then wrapping back around into Lake Huron. But this right here, I'm surprised it actually doesn't have a warning here. But this cell, or this storm, this line, cruising to the east-southeast, could actually give you some sizable hail, but not to mention some pretty gusty winds as it's cruising towards Rogers City. I don't think you'll catch that, but Rogers City, you could catch a little bit of this here probably in the next 20 minutes or so. But again, they're all moving east at 55 miles per hour, so these are moving quick. Hence why you're starting to see a little bit of wind with these, but it's the forcing right now. It's forcing all of this up in the air. Yeah, the HRRR is not good. The HRRR missed this by a ton. The NAM actually did pretty well, which the NAM doesn't usually do well. But the reason the HRRR was garbage with this is because the HRRR does terrible with convection. The NAM does great with convection. They are moving due east. So at the moment, this is leaving the warning over towards Gladstone, Escanaba. This was basically for Delta County where Little Bay Denaka is, and it's moving east, and it's moving east quick. So these storms, the difference between these storms and the ones that we had this morning, the ones we had this morning were not moving at all. These ones are moving fast. They finally got some giddy up in their step. They were just stalling, and now all of a sudden said, here we go. But that's all the buoyancy they got. They're getting a little bit more force and lift. I am still surprised that these do not have warnings on them. There's no wind, but I guarantee you there's hail. Well, there's a little bit of hail. Interesting. A little bit of hail up towards Mackinac Island. Quite a bit of hail in the warning for Beaver Island. And then the leading edge here of this storm, a little bit of hail. So, oops, not what I wanted. Got a few pop-up cells there for Charlevoix, Leelanau. But again, this is the cell with the latest warning in our viewing area. Charlevoix County, aka Beaver Island, has a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:45. Rachel Rademacher is there on the island. Can you put in motion to see Futurecast? I can show you future view. It's probably going to be a little bit different though. Yeah, see? This is the HRRR. This is what Jimmy was talking about. It's not right by any means for right now. But this is all convective. I can't see, there you go. So it has a little bit farther north. But by 2, things clear out and then we're clear for the rest of the day. I can show you the NAM. The NAM's a little bit, I think a little bit crazier because it's picking up too much, see? And again, also too far north. But NAM also goes crazy this afternoon, which won't happen for the UP. So yeah, that's what that looks like. Does this change timing at all? Timing for what, Jimmy? What does a HER mean? So the models have different names. The HER is a rapid refresh model, so we get it sooner than the other models. The NAM is an American model. GFS is also an American model, I do believe. Euro is what I really tend to use quite a bit. That is obviously a European model. But models, all they do is they're ingesting all of the mathematics that are going on in the atmosphere to spit out the future of what a system is going to be doing. But the HER is a rapid refresh model. So yeah, there's the Beaver Island severe thunderstorm warning. If anybody is watching this on Beaver Island, seek shelter. You're definitely in the heavy of it all. A little bit of hail possibly, some very heavy rain, some gusty winds. Again, the reason they issued this was because they could have quarter-size hail and winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. The reason we are seeing this is because of the forcing right now. So we're seeing a little bit of the heating from the morning hours interacting with these storms that have worked their way all the way from North Dakota over the last 12 to 16 hours. And right now it's forcing them higher in the atmosphere. It's developing larger hail. We've had ping pong ball size hail twice now this morning in spots. We've had a lot of quarter size hail. We've had $half size hail. We've had quite a bit of hail, and that's what these storms are. These storms are hail makers. They're not huge wind makers. They're not tornadic makers. These are hail makers. So we're going to be looking at these storms cruising to the east and really looking at extremely heavy rain, but at least it's not flooding concerns because these storms are moving at 55 miles per hour. The last storm that we had in the lower peninsula was moving at 30 miles per hour. So these are now moving much faster because of that buoyancy, that lift. It is now starting to send them much quicker across our area. So for the next 2 hours, you're going to see these storms head east to Lake Huron. After that, we should be in the clear. We shouldn't have any issues for anybody here through after probably 12:30, 1 o'clock. I think this is going to speed up the process a lot quicker here. But right now, that severe thunderstorm warning goes for another 15 minutes for Beaver Island and the surrounding islands. Really, it's Charlevoix County, but it's Beaver Island and the surrounding counties or surrounding islands until 10:45. But you can see these storms moving east rather quickly. I left my mouse over here again. But Straits, Mackinac County. Notice a few hail cores over here towards Mackinac Bridge, Mackinac Island, Boblo Island, Round Island in the rain. Lots of hail earlier this morning in Crawford. Yes. Yeah, we had that in Grand Traverse too. Yeah, rapid refreshes are great, but the problem is they do terrible with convection, which is a known issue. And that's why yesterday the HER did absolute garbage for North Dakota. Doesn't surprise me that it's doing garbage for this system, because now we're into convective. So these storms over here, Akiak at the southern tip right now, while the showers and storms running along M23. Probably a little bit of hail here at the bend of Presqu'île County. Rogers City, you might catch a little bit of this, but I think this is mainly heading east. East of Aloha right now, maybe a little bit of hail heading towards western Presqu'île County. But again, these storms, not severe. They are currently just some stronger thunderstorms. The only severe storm we have is over here on Beaver Island. Areas towards Cross Village, Harbor Springs, Petoskey, Charlevoix. These little cells are trying to make their way in. Could give you some heavier rain, maybe brief wind gusts. Pellston, another little cell that has worked its way in for you. A little bit of hail up top. but Pellston's probably just receiving some heavier rain, brief gusty winds as well. This cell is the next one that we're going to watch real close. This might be the last oof of this system, the last little punch. It is currently regenning over Lake Michigan. So we'll see how this hits land and what it will do. But if it's regenning now, it will bring a little bit of gusto to the Lake Michigan shoreline and possibly fall apart. We'll see the recycle regen like we've been seeing all morning with these storms. We'll see if it gets to land and then regens again. But I think it'll probably get to land. Initial burst will be pretty hefty, but then we'll have a little bit of recycle, and that might tear it apart. We'll see how this goes here. But right now, the cell up in Beaver Island is moving to the east towards the tip of the mitt. So Cross Village, you could be in for some heftier storms here in probably about 15, 20 minutes. What time, Brock? You going to sleep when you're done? Yeah, I will be driving home and probably taking a brief coma today, as I call it. Yeah, so this cell is definitely the one to watch. This cell up here towards Beaver Island is falling apart a little bit. It's definitely getting a little gusto over Lake Michigan, so Canada is probably going to be in for a few good storms. But these two cells are the ones to watch closely. So we'll see how this one pans out. This one's definitely trying to organize itself into a line of storms. These ones off of off of Beaver Island is kind of the tail end of this swath of energy. So these ones are probably going to head east into northern Emmett County. These cells that continue to pop and fall apart down towards Charlevoix probably won't have much to work on once these cells work their way east. These cells will probably steal their gusto here very shortly. But Beaver Island, you're still under that warning until 10:45 because of these islands up here to the top. But it looks like Beaver Island, for the most part, is now out of the majority of the severeness with this system. Probably just some heavier rain at the moment. Morning, Faye. Man, this system to the west, though, this is booking across the lake. Let's take a look at the bigger radar. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There isn't going to be much more than that. Oh. So yeah, this is where our attention is going to be turned to. Charlevoix, you might catch this dependent on its track. It looks like it's heading more east-southeast. Let's put this into motion, shall we? Yeah, you can see the wobble here. It's dropping this way. So Charlevoix, Northport, you might catch this guy as it's refreshing over the lake. I think it's trying to attempt to dip south of this system. It's chasing fresher air, that's for sure. But it is going to be working its way towards Charlevoix, I believe. So the latest returns showing that it is regenning the leading edge of it. So it's recycling, regenning, heading towards Charlevoix. So we'll watch that cell closely. Everything off Beaver Island, now pushing off to the east, heading towards Emmett County and the Straits. So would not be surprised if we see a warning kind of translate over here if this holds its gusto. But again, my eyes are here for right now. We'll see what those do here in a little bit. So now I received air quality alert. Yeah. I think that's for tomorrow because of the heat. Indian River in the path? Could be. We'll see what happens once it gets in line. If it continues to dive southeast, not so much. But we'll see what happens here with this as it works its way to the east. According to the graphs on fronts and stuff, we've got a stall, stationary front. Yeah. So we'll show you this. I think I have it as my first slide. Yeah, there you go. So there's the low. And it's this little boundary layer right here that everything's kind of firing underneath. Doesn't look stationary at the moment, but this stationary front will be dropping south, and that will be what is our next system maker come Monday. But yeah. So now we're playing the waiting game. STP's one on the shoreline. Could that storm do something? Oh, this one? The one we're looking at right here? Significant tornado parameter? I don't think so. It was just... that one coming from Wisconsin could definitely do something if it hits the right air. The one from Beaver Island, I don't think so. The one from Wisconsin, or Central UP, I guess I should say. It's possible. It's got to get its act together, but... oh, hey, look at this little guy. Leelanau County, you're not done. Lake Ann, a few showers, storms, working their way east. Traverse City, you'll probably see these in about 15 minutes. They're not severe, but a few showers and storms develop. That cell has not moved. Glad it's raining, not the snow they are getting in Montana. They got snow. Of course, Donna. Continuous rumblers with intermittent rain here in Rogers City. Yeah, you should be getting, yeah, you'll probably get just the bottom extent of this here, Greg. Right here, this little guy. You'll probably have it move through Akiak. You'll probably see the southern tip of that. So you'll probably have some pretty good thunderstorms. You should stay out of the hail, though, unless this core starts moving south. But definitely could be on the breezy, rumbly side of things. Computer, why did you do that? Let's look at this. No, I don't want super res velocity. I want velocity. There we go. Well, that one does have potential. So the one over here, I don't like that. That's heading towards northern Emmett County. Obviously, this has got a ways to go, but that definitely is very bright. That's very windy, but it's also not playing nice with the reds. So there's a little bit of rotation there. This one just has ridiculous winds. This one, I think this storm is a gust bag. It is just windy as all get out. Let's check. Yeah. This one is a gust bag. So we'll see what this one coming off of the lake does. I'm kind of interested to see what this does playing with this one right here. So the severe thunderstorm warning, they're just going to let it go the way of the dodo bird. Will be expiring there for Beaver Island. But this is what we have now on our hands. This is the last wave of this storm system that we've been watching and bringing to you all morning. But everybody who is watching me right now from Charlevoix north, I'm going to need you to be on your toes. And here's the reason why. This one has a lot of wind potential. It is currently clocking upper atmospheric speeds of 90 miles per hour. So this has some damaging winds with it. This one is starting to organize itself a little bit to have a little bit of rotation. So everybody in northern Emmett County, really everybody in Emmett County, be on your toes. We'll watch this one closely as it works its way in. This one, I'm going to need everybody, Charlevoix north, just to watch closely, all right? And the reason being is this one's going to be flying off of Lake Michigan. It has winds aloft of about 80 to 90 miles per hour. That could translate to surface at 80 miles per hour. So we could have some damaging winds with this if this holds up. So this is what we're going to watch closely, is the wind potential with that one, possibly some small hail, as well as some very heavy rain, but it's moving quickly, so the rain's not flood potential. This one here, going to watch for some hail, but also the little bit of rotation that it has going on back here. We'll watch that closely for Emmett County. But areas throughout Emmett, Charlevoix, stay on your toes. Keep watching us here as we're playing the waiting game right now for this system to come in off of Lake Michigan. But it is interesting to see what this cell is going to be doing, and also interesting to see what this cell does coming off of Lake Michigan. We've seen it all morning. The lake is not hindering these storms. In fact, the lake is actually recycling these storms pretty well here this morning. We can look at power outages. Let's look at that real quick. Beaver Island, what we got here? 300 without power, 1,000 in Sheboygan County, 300 in Charlevoix, 400 in Antrim, 800 in Leelanau, 500 in Kalkaska, 100 in Alpena. So yeah, this is interesting. It's definitely an interesting setup. Becoming more surface-based, so we'll see. I definitely think this one is more surface-based. This one is definitely more surface-based. These is surface-based, but the problem is it's mainly over water. Not certain what this one's going to be doing once it comes into land. These ones were the buoyancy ones. That one's still a buoyancy one, but these ones, yeah. I think these are the no joke ones. This one especially. I think that's the no joke one. We'll continue to watch it, but what time is it? 10:42. They might actually hold on to this warning. Oh, is that a cell? I was like, we just got thunder in Traverse City. If you're down by me, we have a cell moving in right here. It's definitely increasing again. Strengthening. So this cell popped up out of nowhere. Looks like a little more hail. This is one of those lift, give you hail, and then probably will peter out as it works its way towards Elk Rapids. But another cell developing here just north of Lake Ann, heading towards Traverse City. Just heard the thunder, but you can see there's definitely looking like a little bit of a hail core. Yep, there's some hail. No rotation, but again, it's one of those storms that just developed out of nowhere, rising quickly, making ice and dropping it to the ground. So yeah, my eyes here are going to be tuned here, Emmett County. If you're in Cross Village, northern Emmett County, make sure you're finding your safe place. Basement, best place to be. If you don't have one, interior room inside your house without windows is a second best option. We'll see how this plays out going into Emmett, but definitely seeing some gustier winds as well as possibly some small hail. Very heavy rain, but it is moving east at 55 miles per hour. This one kind of has the signs of, as they were mentioning earlier, I think it was Jimmy who mentioned it earlier. This one has the signs of a supercell crossing Lake Michigan, impacting here probably within the next half hour. But with a supercell, you tend to get a little bit of all that with severe weather. You get the rotation, you get the hail, you get the rain, you get the wind. All of that is going to be accompanying this one as it works its way across Lake Michigan. Let's see with the latest update what we got for winds. Yeah, those winds are wild. See, I don't like that at all. But it's a little bit of rotation. This is just a gust bag. This is just holding ridiculous winds. There's no rotation with that one at all. It's just ridiculous winds. So these have some wind gusts moving into Emmett County right now. Not seeing a whole lot of rotation with it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to watch it closely, but yeah, look at those winds. Yeah, there's some pretty good winds. Thunder's rolling here in Traverse City. Petoskey, looks like this guy finally moved into Harbor Springs, so you're probably going to see a weak thunderstorm cruise on in. Looks like these two are trying to join up, trying to shake hands. Straits to Northport. How's it looking for Sheboygan then with that system? You're just going to be continuing to see showers and storms. Once you get to here, maybe some gusty winds. But Sheboygan, for the most part, your severe storm that you had, the sizable hail, that is off to the east. We'll see if this gains any strength, but for the most part, you're just stuck in these showers and storms for the next 2 hours or so. Morning, Judy. Is anything coming towards Thompsonville? I don't think so. No. Thompsonville's Benzie, right? Down here? Nah. Nope. I'm going to go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back, everybody. Please hold. Of course, Catherine. Nothing in Jackson but some warm winds about 2 hours earlier. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be severe as it comes into Emmett. I feel like they would have already given you a warning. I'm pretty sure this is just going to be, unless there's something that develops right here. If there's something that develops along this line, I can see it. But for right now, you mainly have just some heavy rain and some pretty good rumbles of thunder. Thank you, Judy. This is where my attention is. This cell. Heading towards Charlevoix. Yeah, so if you're in Charlevoix, stay on your toes. Start thinking about if you know anybody in and around the Charlevoix area right now that might be camping, definitely get them into a building or a car. And the reason I say that is because this has notably had winds of in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour crossing Lake Michigan. So that is what's worrying me going towards Charlevoix. So be on your toes in Charlevoix. What up, Joshua? Barren Links Rocks. I mean, I like it. You know, there's some things I miss with WSI, but I definitely love Barren. Man, those winds were wild. It's definitely getting a lot more wind. They're bright. Thank you, Deb. New storms trying to fire near Iron River. Like way back here? These bad boys? Wonder how much potential they have, or how much energy they have. Can't imagine there's much. Oh, it's hailing again. Oh, Traverse City. Yeah, the rest of this just looks like some pretty good storms. Man, I'd be very interested to see how much rain the Straits have just gotten. I can do that. Let's look. Accumulation. Holy. 3 inches? They have just gotten absolutely drenched down there. That's about what we saw down here, but they've been seeing it all this last hour or so. Okay. This is definitely taking a more southern route. Mackinac Bridge may close, 0 visibility. How about a 3D view of these storms? I would if it wasn't so busy. If it was just one, I definitely would. Oops. I don't know. As of right now, they say all clear, have a pleasant trip. Wasn't there a way to do a cross-section of these storms to see how tall? Yeah, we can do that. Got over an inch. Anything near Mesick? No. Mary Beth, nothing near Mesick. Is there hail coming saying this? Moran? No. Moran should be out. Saying this should be out as well. Well, I mean, you're close to being out. But no hail. Storm from Harbor head to Lansing. Harbor Springs, yeah. It's just a heavy rain, maybe some thunder. Nope, I don't even see any lightning with it. Mainly heavy rain. What's lightning look like over here? A little bit. I have the Charlevoix Bridge cam up right now on YouTube to see the storm moving in. Oh yeah, you'd probably be able to see it pretty good. I bet you there's probably a pretty good shelf cloud with it too. Storm's going to chase the instability, so it's probably going to be the first storm. No sleep for you. Oh yeah, probably. What I would assume is it's going to head southeast. Gaylord, remember how I said you're in the no-fly zone? This one might actually fly into you because you haven't seen anything. So the instability, where have we not seen much today? Charlevoix, East Jordan, Gaylord. It's probably going to dive into this as it works its way across. I would assume by the time it gets to Gaylord, I mean, I don't foresee anything being super huge with this storm, but we'll continue to watch it. But I would assume it flies that way, southeast. I wonder what I just don't understand why this one's so much of a wind maker compared to the other ones. Man, that wind is wild. Wait, what is that? Is that a hail marker? I can't see it. Oh, this is a shear marker, right? Oh, yeah, shear marker. Interesting. So there's shear there. They're joining hands. Two and a half inches of rain at the St. Ignace Kokoros. Wow. Thank you, Barbie. Yeah, it's a shear marker. Flood advisory for Mackinac County. Marine warning for Leelanau. So there's a flood advisory now in Mackinac. St. Ignace. Minor flooding in low-lying poor drainage areas. Water over roadways. 2 to 3 inches has fallen so far for Mackinac Island, Boblo Island, and St. Ignace. So there you go, just as Barbie said. Small cell in Petoskey, some winds and rain currently. Thunder rumblings, but I haven't witnessed lightning. Yeah, there's not a ton of lightning with these. It's not like the one we had this morning, which tells me it's not regenning a ton. When you get a lot of lightning, there's a lot of regeneration. There's definitely a ton of wind though. Northport's about to be very windy. See, I don't like this. Where that shear marker is, see, that signifies rotation for me. There's nothing even going on here. It's an interesting little spot. So either you have extremely gusty winds right through here, and it's doing a little bit of mixing, but we don't even have warning there. I see a person with a jetpack in the lower storm. I see what you're saying. See, there's a little bit of rotation right there. That marker's not wrong. All right, so we currently don't have any warnings. We have some strong storms rolling through. We have a lot of rain rolling through. Power Island in a boat, interesting weather. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, very. At least it wasn't too bad for you. Oh, wait. No, wait. Power Island's like... Oh, right there, yeah. Yeah, definitely interesting weather for you. That's for sure. So again, I'm still interested to see what we do here with this. This is my main concern. Solely because of the winds. Not so much because of anything else, but because of those winds right there. This one's bringing the heat. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Sorry. 78. Oh, that little bit of rotation might be gone. It's still goofy there. Oh, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Charlevoix. There it is. Let's see what this says. Yeah, there's no lift. There's no trigger. All right, so this is severe thunderstorm warning for Sheboygan County, northern Antrim, southern Emmett, and Charlevoix County. So this is a very large warning here. Let me back out a little bit. Didn't realize how big it was. Goes until 11:45, so for the next 45 minutes. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Interesting. It'll be near Petoskey, Charlevoix, Harbor Springs, Pellston, Conway, Alanson, Norwood, Petoskey State Park, Bayshore, and Brutus around 11:05. Indian River, Aloha, Ironton, Aloha State Park, Burt Lake, Topanabee, Horton Bay, and Alverno around 11:10. Burt Lake State Park and Reasoner's Corner around 11:15. Boyne City, East Jordan, Ellsworth, Black Lake, Young State Park, Walloon Lake, Clarion, and Kohler Township around 11:20. Boyne Falls, Wolverine, Afton around 11:30, and Tower around 11:35. So here's the new warning. Charlevoix, southern Emmett, northwestern Antrim, southern Sheboygan counties. This is the new warning for you because of this line moving east. What'd they say, 50? What did I say there? It is moving, and they didn't say. Oh, east at 65 miles per hour. So that's the winds I was seeing. So yes, this one has a lot of winds and could translate to a lot of winds at the surface because it is moving so quick. It is moving east at 65 miles per hour. So those in Charlevoix right now, seek shelter, seek your safe place. We have a severe thunderstorm rolling in off of Lake Michigan. Could be looking at sizable hail, heavy rain. But also extremely gusting winds. Petoskey, same for you. You'll see this probably here in the next 15 minutes or so. Again, it is moving quickly. And then for areas up towards Pellston, you'll be seeing more of these rain showers like they've been seeing up towards St. Ignace for the last half hour. And then for areas towards Indian River, East Jordan, you're just kind of on deck waiting for the storm to work its way east. So right now, severe thunderstorm warning in Charlevoix, southern Emmett, and also southern Sheboygan counties until 11:45 because of this. And it should be the last wave as it works its way east. But right now, holding a lot of gusto as it works its way off of Lake Michigan. Hi, Kristen. No, it's not coming to the UP. So there's a few showers back there, but nothing major. There's a cell down here, but it's starting to fall apart. It's this one right here that we are currently watching. Put that over there. Oh, you guys can't really read it, but that's fine. So yeah, this cell's working its way into Charlevoix as we speak. What you'll probably see with this too is, one, with it moving so fast and the gusty winds, it could translate into some brief water level rises for the inlets. So keep that in mind too, because this one's going to be pushing a lot more water because it is rather windy. All the winds have backed off. Marine warning for Leelanau. So yeah, the winds right now, just off the coast in Charlevoix, still around that 70 mile per hour range aloft. So the winds aloft, rather gusty. Everything else seems to be falling in line. See what happens once this starts to make its way inland. But again, this is working its way east at 65 miles per hour. So Pellston, Petoskey, Charlevoix, you're currently on deck to see these storms. East Jordan, Indian River, you guys are kind of the last little bits to see this storm as it works its way in. Vanderbilt, you might catch it a little bit. Wait, what? Yeah, you'll see some of it, Greg. But the one that kind of spotted the Charlevoix area, I mean, it's all going to connect and go east. So yeah, you'll have this in probably 2 hours, hour. Definitely not sure what that was seeing. Just a second. Can I not see it? We have so many huge branches up high from the ice storm. That one will bring them down. Yeah, that's going to be a major concern with a lot of that. With all the ice storm areas, I mean, everything has been knocked loose or hanging around, right? Come on, man. My computer just does not like me today. This storm, I think it might hit northern Alpena County. I'm sure it will. Will it be as strong? I'm not sure about that. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now. Sheboygan County, as well as extreme northern portions of Antrim County, and then also southern Emmett and also southern Sheboygan counties. That goes until 11:45, and it's because of this line of storms here that is working its way east at 65 miles per hour. Now it's moving very quickly, which means the winds at the surface could translate to about 60, 65 miles per hour. Charlevoix, you're just now starting to see that storm off of the lake, so you're probably experiencing some rather gusty winds, some very heavy rain, but at the same time, possibly some pretty good rumbles of thunder. Petoskey, you'll be next in line here, probably within the next 20 minutes or so. Pellston, seeing some pretty heavy rain, possibly some pretty good rumbles of thunder. And embedded in this, you'll probably see some small hail as well. Hail sizes shouldn't be too big with this system, but it is possible that you see a little bit of hail as this system cruises on in. But essentially, these two have merged. The one that was over Beaver Island and the one coming from Wisconsin. The one coming from Wisconsin is moving so much faster than the one that was on Beaver Island, but they have now kind of connected and working their way to the east. So this is kind of the tip of the mitts moment for their severe weather. This is probably more than likely going to hold a little bit of gusto as it works its way inland. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, it goes all the way over to Presque Isle County. But Presque Isle, you're not in it. So they basically put the tip of the mitt, almost the entire tip of the mitt, under a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is going to continue to cruise to the east, all within the next half hour. So they're expecting this thing to boogie. As Charlevoix, you're in the thick of it right now. Petoskey, you'll be in the thick of it probably in the next 10 minutes. Cross Village, areas up towards the northwest corner of Emmett County. You're seeing that heavy rain, possibly some small hail right along areas along 31, US 131 will probably be seeing some very slow moving traffic, or I should say very slow commute conditions. So keep that in mind. East Jordan, you'll probably come out unscathed. We'll see how far south this wants to dip, but you might just see a few showers. We'll see how that pans out here in the next 10 minutes or so. No, John, Mansalona won't get hit again. Oh, wait. No, you shouldn't. Nah, I don't think so. I think you're probably pretty safe from this one. You might get rain from this guy down here, but you won't see this guy. This is all moving east at 65 miles per hour. No, you'll see this. It'll calm down after this line. You'll probably be in for another hefty rain, maybe some small hail, gusty winds. So yes, the window, like we've been telling you guys since yesterday, the window of 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. is still kind of intact. I would say it's probably more 1 p.m. because these are now moving much faster. But everything should be done and out of here probably right around 12:30, 1 o'clock. So for everybody in the tip of the mitt right now, especially those under the warning, this is going to be the last hoorah that we have for severe weather coverage because this is going to be kind of it. There isn't much behind it. If there is, it's not going to be anything severe as we're going to be capped after this. So the atmosphere is just not going to respond well to the possibility of weather trying to turn severe. So we're going to have this line of storms work its way from west to east within the next 2 hours. So probably by 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, this should be over towards Presque Isle and eastern Sheboygan counties, giving you some heavy rain, brief gusty winds, possibly some small hail. That is what's in store for the tip of the mitt here over the next 2 hours. Oh, shoot. I shut down my Slack, I think. Nope, I didn't. I lied. You have hail in Harbor Springs? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Right there. Just getting to you. Yeah, you probably have some small hail. Petoskey, you're probably about to see this in the next 5 minutes or so. Anybody in Charlevoix? Seeing what's going on right now? Looks like you probably have some pretty gusty winds, probably some hail. Let's zoom in on that. I'm sure it wasn't a fun storm by any means, or isn't, I should say. Bridge Street right now, that cell probably holding some hail, some extremely heavy rain. C Road, 66, probably going to be looking at some hail where it meets Bridge Street. Bernard Road, probably looking at a little bit of hail. This is right downtown, so downtown's going to be looking at some hail, heavy rain, possibly some localized flooding. Flooding's not the huge concern with this cell, but again, it is raining hard, so wouldn't be surprised. Thank you for streaming this. Love watching the whole time. I've always been scared of storms. You've eased that for me, and I've learned a lot too. Thank you. Of course, Sheila. That's one of the main reasons that I wanted to do this concept too, as well as breaking in on TV when necessary. Is a lot of people are always, or people do have fear of storms, and they shouldn't fear storms. They should prepare for storms. Don't be scared. Be prepared. And that's kind of where the whole concept of me doing Beyond the Forecast, teaching a lot of the stuff behind the weather is so you are prepared for things like this. Because these are nasty storms. And how do you prepare for these nasty storms? Well, you have your safe place ready. Understand that you can have me on your phone or on your tablet or wherever it is or on TV in your safe place, keeping you up to date. And with storms like this, it's easy to be like, oh no, what do I do? I'm scared. Or you're just not familiar with the concept of these storms or what's behind the storm. There's a lot of variables, right? Same with storms. But this is an easy way for us to kind of help ease the fears of storms, if you will. So I always like to say, don't be scared, be prepared. Because storms happen. Storms will always happen. But if we can get you guys in the right space, the right time, ahead of the storm, it's going to be much better. So right now that severe thunderstorm warning continues for northwestern Antrim, Charlevoix, southern Emmett, southern Sheboygan counties until 11:45 this morning. And it's because of this line right here. And we're seeing extremely heavy rain, gusty winds, as well as some sizable hail at times. Let's take a look at what we have out there for winds. Yeah, still holding on to some pretty gusty winds. They're not nearly as bad as what they were on the lake, but right here, just east of Charlevoix, it looks like. That's probably close to, I would say, 50-ish, 55-ish miles per hour. I can't see where my cursor is. I'm looking so far away. 48, yeah, it's close to 50, 55 miles per hour. So you definitely have those winds aloft right now, more than likely translating at the surface with that heavy rain. So would not be surprised if you are seeing those extremely gusty winds right now at the surface. As far as like any rotation or anything like that, there might be a little bit of rotation. A little bit of mixing. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of rotation right there. So when we look at these, if you weren't here earlier, green and red mixing, not good. Let me back out, kind of explain that a little bit. I always like to explain this so people understand a little bit better. Red is going into the radar, green is going away from the radar. So if this is supposed to be all red, but there's green in here. Red is supposed to be going towards the radar. There's green going that way. So if red's going this way, green's going that way, red that way, green that way, that's rotation. So when we go up to the storm towards Charlevoix right now, you can see there's a little bit of green mixing with that red. Now, I'm not saying this is a tornado, but this could be a little bit of rotation right there. It's not super strong by any means. The brighter the colors, the stronger it is. The green is definitely a little bit brighter. But the red is definitely not, it's not as organized as what you would see with rotation in a tornado. But there is a little bit of rotation in some of these storms cruising on into Charlevoix County. But again, it doesn't look like it's anything super major. They're saying there's some definite rotation down there though. Definitely some hail at the shoreline. So again, If you are in Charlevoix, southern Emmett, southern Sheboygan, and Charlevoix County, definitely find your safe place. Take shelter. Don't want to be out in these storms, that is for sure. We got marine warnings. But yeah, right here, we're going to watch this little spot closely. Right there. That to me is worth watching. I'm not saying it's anything in particular, but these areas need to be on your toes. Because, again, be prepared. With severe weather, anything is possible. So right now, continuing to watch this line of storms until 11:45. I am off Bernard Road in Charlevoix. Did you see any hail, Kimmy? Huge hail? Wind is crazy? Oh, sorry, I missed that. There you go. You answered my question. Thank you. Sounds like hail hitting right now in Charlevoix. Blue sky in Cadillac, time to burn. Burt Lake State Park, heavy gusty winds. Thank you, Madeline. East of Indian River looks kind of better. Well, there's still a lot of, there's definitely things to watch. I definitely see what you're saying about Burt Lake. Man, there's a lot of intricacies to this system right now. And again, yeah, there's definitely wind there. Definitely some rotation. It's not massive, but there's definitely rotation there. I see people that are outside in the rain and thunder near the drawbridge in Charlevoix. Figured I should tell you, yes, it's because of our setup, unfortunately. So we have this is all sent through NDI, and Mike C and D are being sent through camera 2. Camera 1 is Mike A and B. So there's definitely a little bit of a cell here. This is probably going to hold another little gust heading towards areas just north of Onaway, so eastern Sheboygan County heading towards Presqu'île. Pretty good cell here. You are under that severe thunderstorm warning until a little bit later. So all of these areas right now. Petoskey, you're in the thick of it currently, stretching all the way up towards areas in between Harbor Springs and Alanson. Again, another pretty good cell right here. So Church Road probably have some pretty good winds and also a little bit of hail. Hi, bud. And then areas up here closer to east of Harbor Springs. So just west of Alanson, M31. This is probably going to be a little bit of hail for you, as well as some pretty gusty winds working their way east. Alanson, you're probably going to see this within, oh yeah, there you go. The next turn. This is moving east at 65 miles per hour, so it is going to be cooking its way quickly across the tip of the mitt. But again, Charlevoix, southern Emmett, southern Sheboygan counties until 11:45 with this severe thunderstorm warning. Is it better outside? It's muggy? We just had director Ben Scripps walk in, and he's like, is it better outside? He's like, it's muggy. That would be a worry if we weren't capped after these storms roll through. That would, yes, generate more storms, but as we've been mentioning all morning, we are going to be capped after this wave works its way through. So we will not be seeing the storms go crazy. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, though. They have just issued a new one for Presqu'île County. This one is basically running from northwestern Presqu'île County all the way down from into Rogers City and just past along 23. So this one, let's see what this one is doing. This one goes until 11:45 as well. So this line of storms that is working their way east, they are thinking that it is going to dive to the southeast just a little bit. So back over here in eastern Sheboygan County, going to be moving its way just north of Onaway, slide its way towards Rogers City. So yes, this is what you'll be seeing in Presque County as we work our way through the next half hour or so. So now we have basically the entire tip of the mitt under a severe thunderstorm warning for this line of storms that has kind of dropped in off the straits. So yeah, there you go. So areas from Charlevoix up to Petoskey, all the way up to Atlanson, Pellston, stretching over to Aloha, which is now included in the warning. And then over here in Presque County, where it looks like we have a little bit of a shear marker, that's probably lake breeze off Lake Huron. But yeah, we continue to see wind gusts in excess of 65 miles per hour possibly, but also, let's see what we got for Presque County. Yeah, wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. It is moving east at 65 miles per hour. And then penny-sized hail, it's 11 miles north of Onaway, heading towards, it's at Huron Beach right now and heading to the east-southeast. So again, it'll be near Akiak, the P.H. Hoft State Park, 40 Mile Point, and Huron Beach at 11:25. So right now as we speak, it's impacting those areas in the tip of the mitt. So those areas just off of the Lake Huron shoreline, 23, you're seeing those rather gusty winds. So now it has just kind of taken that U shape and just moved a little bit farther south. Let's take a look at the winds currently. Winds have actually backed off a little bit, which is good news. Before, just over towards Boyne City, they were rather gusty. Problem is, I don't like this line. That's a gust front. We'll see if that, how that translates once it gets over towards Indian River. Yeah, right now there's just a little bit of rotation, it looks like. Nothing major, but that gust front definitely has a little bit of rotation to it. Hopefully it doesn't stand up. So it's a little bit of a roll cloud right now, right here. So hopefully that will just continue to kind of fade off as it works its way inland. Harbor Springs, you're seeing a little bit of light rain right now at the moment. Petoskey, you're still in the heavy rain. Areas just north of Boyne City, currently seeing that very heavy rain, gusty winds, possibly even a little bit of hail, and that's heading all up towards the lakes currently, Mullet Lake, Burt Lake, Indian River areas. That is all going to work its way to the east. So we're going to continue to watch that closely for you. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11:45. Again, Charlevoix, Southern Emmett, Southern Sheboygan, and now Presque County. That will go until 11:45. And this should be the last wave of these storms, because we should be capped after this. But there are a few showers trying to fire back here towards the central UP. We'll look at those in a little bit. But Lower Peninsula, we don't have much going on. Today is going to be a hot day. We should see sunshine, and we should see the heat really set in a little bit later this afternoon. Wind is vicious in Alanson. Where is it at? Tip of the mitt counties, Sue. One more tornado and we hit 30. That's crazy. I know. We've already doubled our average tornadoes for the year in Michigan. East Jordan is gloomy and a little tiny bit of wind. If that storm in Presque County will be coming into Alpena, no. I would say, if anything, you guys might get the little back end of Charlevoix County storm in a few hours, but I don't foresee this one dropping that far south into Alpena County. Again, M32 is the no-fly zone today. When we saw this coming off Lake Michigan, I thought for sure this would drop down towards Gaylord. But again, this is the area that wasn't really touched. Gaylord, Vanderbilt, Atlanta, Hillman, Alpena. That is kind of the no-fly zone today. Everyone up in the eastern UP and tip of the mitt have seen their fair share of weather. The severe storm that we had in Traverse City earlier this morning that worked its way along M72, that was also just south of Mansalona and Gaylord. So this M32 corridor has been kind of the no-fly zone today. It's kind of been the barrier, if you will. So yeah, severe thunderstorm warning continues. But look at this heavy rain. It's definitely developing a little bit of that Boeing line right there, that gust front. So anyone, Indian River, back towards Boyne, it's not in Boyne, but back towards Boyne, you're going to have some pretty intense winds as this works its way in. So I-75 areas along 131, you definitely could have some very gusty winds rolling through those fields and hills heading towards I-75 here over the next 20 minutes. Areas over here east of I-75, definitely looking at some very gusty winds here, kind of all over the place here. This is where we've had a little bit of rotation as well. But areas closer to Akiak, heading to Rogers City, you definitely have some very gusty winds as well with these storms as they're going to be working their way to the southeast. It's meteorologist Haley Fischetti, fresh off a plane.
Want to grab a mic?
No, you're good.
See you, Mike.
Bye. You just up enjoying?
What's that?
You just up enjoying TC?
I gotta pick something up.
Oh.
PCR.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Josh's story. So, yeah, right now, definitely some extremely gusty winds. Huh?
Just sit by.
Oh, to Ben. How was your flight?
Good.
Rocky?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah?
It's really good I'll show the viewers at home.
Yeah, meteorologist Haley Fischetti just got back from vacation. She landed. It was rocky.
Hi, guys.
Oh, wow.
Fun. Is that cool?
Where was that at?
Right over, going over into Michigan.
Oh, really? She has a cool photo of the front off the plane.
We'll post it on the other forecast.
Oh, wait, Grand Rapids. Or no, you flew into
I grew
Detroit? Direct to TC? Nice.
up.
That's cool. Delta. Boston to TC? That's cool. Seasonal flight. But yeah, she had a pretty cool front picture. Looks like Wolverine's going to get some more wind. Yes. From what I can tell right now, I don't see a ton of, I see vertical or horizontal rotation. I don't see vertical rotation per se, but yeah, right here, this is nasty. We don't want it to turn vertical. If it turns vertical, that's bad. But yes, this gust front right here, definitely moving to the east towards I-75. But again, that's something we'll watch very closely. I think that's upwards of 50 miles per hour. Close to. So yeah, we're watching that closely. Definitely don't want the reds and greens to mix any more than they are. But yeah, that's definitely a little bit of rotation. So yeah, definitely have the horizontal rotation. Don't need vertical rotation. But this is that line that came off Green Bay or Central UP and is just hauling. It's moving at 65 miles per hour and it's pushing everything else out with it. But yeah, this also a ton of rain. Saying this, Mackinac Island, they saw 3 inches of rain with this. Yeah, you should have seen the hail.
I saw pictures of it.
We had a $half size hail.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I haven't seen hail like that. Thankfully, I parked under the balcony. Otherwise, I would have been like, no,
My car.
not the
Get in
truck.
car.
But yeah, it was like, oh boy. But this is the last little gusto, if you will.
I think so, yeah.
We're going to be capped after this.
That was nasty.
Yeah, it's not good. So where's that right now? Indian River, just south of Indian River. M27, I-75. If you know anybody in any of these camping scenarios that are out there, definitely give them a ring. Tell them to take shelter. Because along M68 here, you definitely have a band of, this is kind of regened. It lost some strength on the east side of Charlevoix County. Let's take a look at hail. You got any hail with it? Maybe a little bit. I definitely think the winds are the main concern here with this one. Winds are definitely going to be working their way east to I-75, but these gusts could be upwards of 60 miles per hour here. Who knows, maybe even a little bit heavier with the rain. But again, anywhere up towards, really all the way north of Indian River, along I-75, but anywhere south of that, Going to be looking at those very gusty winds and very heavy rain. I-75 is going to be pretty much a halt, if you will, here for the next 10 minutes or so. This is extremely heavy rain that you probably aren't going to be able to see much out of. So don't be surprised if you're running into traffic issues right now on I-75.
Are you on links too?
What?
Are you on links too?
Yes.
All right.
I am not on one.
All right. Just want to update on this one.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Yeah, you can do it from upstairs.
Yeah, my laptop's upstairs.
Okay.
I left it for the week.
Yeah. Did I tell you they're getting laptops for you guys? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Gucci.
Cool.
Are you going to be here for the next hour, or are you going home?
I can't be here.
No, I was just wondering. Okay. No, go home. I'll just talk to you after.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
I'll update.
Cool.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll do. Streetlights are on here in Rogers City, Hale and Burt Lake. How big, Madeline? Do you have a size per se? See, what I'm seeing now is that this is losing a lot more size than what I had before. This is moving so quick. So right now, checking in on the Presque County storm. Akiak getting in that heavy rain, possibly some gusty winds. But for these areas here, possibly a little bit of hail along 23. 23 is definitely going to be, again, also a standstill. You can see in between Rogers City and Sheboygan, man, it is some heavy rain. Onaway, kind of been left out of it. Yeah, a little bit of light rain, but that's about it. Akiak definitely looking at some heavier rain. Rogers City, you'll definitely be seeing some heavier rain here shortly, but that is all moving east still at 65 miles per hour. These areas, though, back here, it's kind of like split. So where this meets up, right here, this is kind of its own system from Aloha down towards Indian River, and this is definitely the strongest part of it. Let's see what the winds look like. Oh, yeah. Definitely seeing some gusty winds in there. Again, I'm not seeing any vertical rotation. I'm seeing horizontal rotation. It's a gust front. So that is cruising on in. So if you're anywhere right now from Indian River down I-75 and to the east, just south of M68, you're going to be looking at some extremely gusty winds moving in as this storm moves in. It's got a pretty big gust front, and it's a very sharp line there. So it's going to continue to work its way east, and again, moving at 65 miles per hour. So that's one reason why you're seeing these gusty winds. When it's moving that fast, it's like wake behind a boat, right? So those clouds and that system moves through, and then at the surface, you get the winds coming down, and that's when you'll eventually pick up the winds. After the storm's by you, you start getting that gust front. So that's going to be working its way through here for these areas from Indian River all the way up towards Aloha, and then back down to the southwest. So definitely watching that closely. This could definitely take out a few branches. As people have been mentioning, these areas where you've had the ice storm and it jarred a lot loose or down on the ground, well, anything that didn't make it to the ground that's jarred loose in trees, well, that could be falling with these winds. So definitely be very cautious out there, because you just have to add that to what you have to think about with these storms. Is one, those storms were shaken to the core, if not already taken down. Now winds might come through and just give them that extra boost to take the rest of them down. So we'll continue to watch this closely, but this is definitely the worst part of this system right now, is stretching back towards Charlevoix, Emmett counties, and then back up all the way into southern Sheboygan County. Is definitely holding on to some pretty gusty winds, that is for sure. Oh, computer turned off. It's wild in Indian River. It looks like a wall of rain. Yeah, it's definitely holding on to some pretty beefy winds right now. Got some localized flooding in Sheboygan, 2.1 inches of rain. Localized flooding in Petoskey. So definitely seeing the rain add up, that is for sure. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it, brother. It is definitely a busy day. It's been a busy week. But we got to keep you guys informed. What does the winds look like? Holy buckets. That is some wind, man. There's that front continuing to push to the east quickly. This is cooking. This system is cooking. Might not seem like a high number, but it is definitely going to be impacting you. It is losing a little bit of steam, though. Ah, yes. Of course, Courtney. The cap is strongest in the mixed layer today. So the latest update is definitely losing a little bit of wind. They just updated the severe thunderstorm warning here. They've cut out a good chunk of the rest of Charlevoix. Looks like they took out Emmett. So it's now eastern Charlevoix, southern Sheboygan, and also Presqu'île County, southern and eastern Sheboygan. Let's back out and check this out. They're basically just following the line, yeah. So eastern Charlevoix, Sheboygan, and Presqu'île. Man, this thing is cooking. 65 miles per hour is no joke. So yeah, these areas from eastern Charlevoix, northeastern Charlevoix, I should say, all the way up through Sheboygan, up to Presqu'île, and then kind of back down is where you'll see this. I would not be surprised if you see them kind of flatten this out with this as it's moving east. I don't foresee it to just continue the hump. This is just the two separate systems that have kind of collided together. So you remember that hump that we had over the straits, that kind of sank to the south. This will probably flatten out as it works its way east. So areas in southern Sheboygan County, southeastern, you're not part of that warning, but definitely think you could be added to it as this continues to head east. Onaway, you're definitely going to be in for some showers and storms here probably in the next 20 minutes. Yes, you have a little bit of rain right now, but you'll be into the thick of things here shortly. Wouldn't be surprised if they add you to the severe thunderstorm warning as well. Rogers City, you're about 5 minutes away from seeing some of these showers, maybe even some small hail working its way in. So we'll continue watching this gust front, but that's where that is right here. It's definitely lost a little bit of strength, but it's still upwards of 40, 45 miles per hour here this morning.
Good.
Yeah, good. Okay, bye. Coming down in sheets in Indian River, standing water and roadways in Indian River. Yeah, you'll probably see a quick 2 inches of rain in Indian River. Yeah, definitely remember if you're going to be out and about today, or if you're waiting for the storm to pass, give yourself a little bit of extra time for that standing water. I-75 especially. These roads, yes, they're meant to drain, but sometimes they don't drain that well. Again, we are now in this area of where the ice storm hit, right? So a lot of those drains might not be the best. They might be clogged from that leftover in the ice storm. So we might have issues here where we're not draining the water the best in some spots. Northern Michigan isn't prone to flooding. Northern Michigan is a very sandy, very rocky area, and we tend to filter water pretty easily or soak water pretty easily. But when you get it at 2 to 3 inches an hour, and especially in an area that was just rattled by an ice storm, a once-in-a-lifetime ice storm, yeah, you're definitely going to be looking at some localized flooding. So that is something that you have to keep in mind today, whether you're going to be out and about right after the storms or if you're going to be out and about as we work our way through the day. Just be mindful and take your time. And if you do ever come up on standing water on roads, remember, turn around, don't drown. Don't try to ford it. You don't know what's underneath there. The road could be gone. Water has a mind of its own. It is so powerful, and it can take out a roadway very easily. So just be very mindful of that. So again, we are slowly winding this down. Severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45, so 2 minutes. Let's see if they extend this. I would assume so. Either extend it or if they let it expire, I would assume extend it. But again, I'm not seeing anything indicating super crazy severe criteria in the storm. But again, we do have a gust front that is cruising through, again, upwards of like 40, 45 miles per hour. Here for areas in Presqu'île, I would assume that there's a little bit of hail right here. So they might extend this. We'll see what they do here in a minute to these warnings. But again, this is the last little bit of these storms. We told you the last few days, 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. is the main window for these storms, and it kind of delivered a little bit faster than anticipated. Now, we do have a few more showers that are developing back here, but it doesn't look like it's anything major by any means. Just a few showers developing in the eastern UP, and that will be the case. There'll just be some leftover showers, but now we're going to be in for clearing skies for the lower peninsula this afternoon. Some very warm temperatures, but also some very muggy conditions. Some kind of line, what? Hanging over Traverse City to Green Bay. Looks like some kind of thingy. Oh, they just let it expire? Power lines are our worst issue. Yeah, you'd be extremely careful with power lines. Haven't gotten any actual reports, but seeing some social media posts of significant flooding on Mackinac Island. Well, I mean, that's definitely possible, especially where the road is that goes around there. I'm going to hang with you guys until this is clear. Just in case they decide to pull the trigger again. I don't think they will, but let's see what happens here. Oh, there it is. Presqu'île, severe thunderstorm. So that is why we stay put. Okay, so they just made a new polygon, essentially. So Sheboygan, as well as Presqu'île, like we were saying, Onaway, southeastern Sheboygan, you are now part of the severe thunderstorm warning. So let's move this over. And that's why we wait. Just got a code red call for Onaway. What is a code red call? Is that the severe thunderstorm warning? Yes, a lot of cloud to ground. Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it, man. Is it midnight dark here in Millersburg? It's definitely one of those. It's one of these storms that when it moves through, it stays dark. So the new warning goes until 12:15, so the next half hour. Southeastern Sheboygan, eastern Sheboygan, and then really the majority of Presqu'île County. The only thing not included is southeastern and northwestern portions. But again, it's because of this line right here. That one could give you some rather gusty winds, could give you winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. You're definitely going to be dealing with some extremely heavy rain, but you can also have a little bit of small hail. So on the way, you're going to be stuck in the rain here probably for the next 20 minutes to half an hour. For areas throughout Presque Isle County, Rogers City, you're definitely going to be stuck in the rain for quite some time here. Again, localized flooding could be an issue. Yeah, that's the way ours was this morning here at work, at the station. It was blowing so much rain off the roof. It couldn't keep up with it. Oh, that's what I was doing. I wanted to check up on the Mackinac. I'm not seeing it though. So yeah, let's check on the winds. Let's see what the winds are doing. Oh, definitely have some wind gusts here. So there's that gust front working its way in. Not so much over towards Rogers City, but on the way, you're definitely going to have some gusty winds here blowing in for you. Be prepared. Let's see what these are registering. Right there, 45, yeah, close to 50 miles per hour. So definitely have some pretty gusty winds flying in for you. Not seeing any rotation, that's good, but there's definitely a line. Again, still holding on to the horizontal rotation, don't want vertical rotation. But yeah, there we go. So anywhere from southeastern Sheboygan into Presque Isle County. Areas along 68. If you have plans, if you're on the way, just stay put, find your safe place. Take me with you and hunker down for a little bit. These storms will blow through here in the next 20 minutes, and then we should be good to go for the rest of the day. Now, clearly there are a few lingering showers behind this, and that's going to be, the tail till 1, 2 o'clock, and then we'll clear out, and then it's going to be hot and muggy for you. But on the way, Rogers City, definitely hunker down. Prepare for some loud thunder, some very gusty winds, and then also possibly some small hail. This is the last little bit of the storm as it's cruising to the east at 65 miles per hour. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for southeast Sheboygan and Presque Isle County until 12:15 this afternoon. So continuing to watch that closely. Thank you for everyone for the reports this morning. Of course, Beth, of course. And thank you to everyone hanging out with me this morning and giving me information. Appreciate you all. It's been a long morning. Definitely getting a little bit of strength there. I forgot my mouse. It's fine. Okay. Yep. So definitely cooking along. Still have that very big gust front. Rogers City. Looks like you are about to see some brief gusty winds and possibly a little bit of hail. That's definitely not rotation. Okay, kind of wrap everything together. These storms developed yesterday, 5, 6 o'clock in western North Dakota, Montana and western North Dakota. They absolutely were massive, very impressive storms. They had some huge tornadoes yesterday in North Dakota. They were so big that the storms survived crossing Minnesota, Wisconsin, western UP this morning, and crossed Lake Michigan, and that's what we've been dealing with since about 5 o'clock, 5:30 this morning. Started off with a very, very large storm, but very slow-moving storm that impacted Leelanau County, Grand Traverse County, Antrim, Kalkaska, Crawford, then eventually kind of faded out for Oscoda, as well as Alcona counties. And then we had the secondary wave work its way through, and all of a sudden came out of nowhere, moving at about 65 miles per hour. And that's the last little bit here that is impacting Onaway, areas towards Rogers City. And in fact, when we turn on the lightning, see how much lightning we got. Oh yeah, a lot of lightning there. So a lot of lightning, as well as very gusty winds. You can see the gust front there. That light red right here, or the white, that is a gust front that has worked its way through Onaway. It's heading east. While areas towards Rogers City, you do have some brief gusty winds, but it is definitely very, very windy on the leading edge of this. And that's what it's been since Lake Michigan as it hit Charlevoix. Definitely not as strong as when it hit Charlevoix, but it is definitely still holding on to quite a bit of wind. So this has this system has been more of a wind bag, just generating some very gusty winds. We had a little bit of everything with severe storms today. We had hail makers. All they did was grow, make some hail, and then gone. We had the very slow, heavy rain and hail maker work its way through. Now this was kind of the gust maker. We did have one storm that just kind of, it had rotation, definitely was not organized, but we've had a little bit of everything when it came to severe weather here this morning for the lower peninsula. Eastern UP, you kind of missed out on the severe weather because it decided to dive south. What you had this morning was showers and storms that decided to move and break off, move northeast. These storms dove south, and that's where we currently sit, Onaway to Rogers City. This is that storm that crossed Lake Michigan earlier. This is a storm that impacted Beaver Island earlier, but now it's going to kind of recycle and regenerate over Lake Huron and go impact Canada. But still, right now, extremely heavy rain. Would not be surprised if we have some localized flooding in Onaway and also some standing water along M68. Again, this system is moving east at 65 miles per hour, but again, this is a ton of moisture as it works its way to Rogers City, which Rogers City right now looks like you could be seeing a little bit of hail. It's getting real close like. So right now, areas along M68, Clee Road, possibly a little bit of hail. Downtown Rogers City looking like it's getting a little bit of hail, just south of 3rd Street there. Oh, now it's all east. More over towards Calcite Road, looks like. That's how quickly the storm is moving. But yeah, 3rd Street falling down into Calcite Road. Definitely going to be looking at more of the heavy rain. Definitely will have some wind with it, but you could be looking at some small hail as well. In fact, let's look, see if we got some hail. Definitely a little bit of hail moving through Rogers City at the moment. Not nearly as much rotation, so the horizontal rotation is almost gone too. It is trying to grow a little bit of a tail, but I would not expect it to get very far to the south. But again, heavy rain for Onaway, Akiak, Rogers City, Belknap. Belknap, looking at some heavy rain. That is all continuing to move east very, very quickly. Spot on with the thunder lightning downpour right now. The quarry on Calcite Road, yeah, that's probably where you're seeing a little bit of hail at the moment. Bet you the quarry is going to fill up. Be a pool. Man, there's definitely some wind though right now. That is for sure. Just when I say there's not wind, it gets a little more wind. Right there. See that pink? I bet you that's probably 60 miles per hour. Yeah, 63. So definitely holding on to some very gusty winds. That's just outside of Onaway on M63. So M63, definitely tough to be traveling on here right now. You have some extremely gusty winds. Now these winds are aloft, so these are not at the surface. But M68 right now, that's where we had those 70-mile-an-hour wind readings. So these are winds aloft, but as that storm blows through, right, it's like a boat. When a boat goes through, what happens? You have the wake that's behind it. So as the wind goes through, you start seeing those winds like a wake. They translate it to surface. So if there's 60, 70 miles per hour aloft, there'll be eventually 60, 70 miles per hour at the surface. It's just going to be a little bit behind the actual storm front itself. So Akiak right now, extremely windy conditions, extremely heavy rain. Rogers City, a little bit breezy, but nothing terrible right now. Let's see what we got for, I don't think we have any rotation going on. No, we definitely don't. No, they're playing nice. Red and green is playing nice, not a huge issue there. So that's good. Yeah, just a little bit, not much. But again, that's more horizontal. So that's the last little bit of the storm system. So again, if you are in Rogers City, or Presque County right now, make sure you're hunkering down in your safe place, having us available. This is Presque County, Barbara. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. But again, this was all stuff that crossed Lake Michigan just within the, what has it been, last 2 hours? Hour and a half? This storm is cooking, though. This storm is moving quickly. It is moving in east at 65 miles per hour. So, again, Onaway, Rogers City. Akiak might be out of... Yeah, you're starting to get out of it. Belknap, definitely seeing the heavy rain. But these areas, definitely going to be looking at some standing water. So if you have any plans of being around Presque County, Rogers City, Onaway today, I know somebody was talking about the monster trucks. This might wet the track for you, but you definitely should be fine as the day moves on. We should be saying goodbye to these storms probably within the next 15 minutes from Presque County. If not, definitely within the next half hour. It's kind of like what we were telling you earlier. 12:30, 1 o'clock is when everything should be cleared out. And then we're capped for the day. I can tell you right now, I can already feel the humidity setting in here in Traverse City. It is muggy, but that is going to be what happens across all of northern Michigan over the next few days. That heat, that humidity, definitely going to be hanging out. Going to be hot at the track. Yeah, it's definitely going to be muggy and warm. But that's good, because it means you can be outside later, right? Warmer temperatures. It's coming down to Millersburg. My plants aren't happy with me for leaving them outside. We had a large wind gust, lots of rain, not much thunder. Presque County, Susan. Just had a storm in Onaway, windy rain, really creepy dark clouds, but seems to be letting up. Yeah, you guys, Onaway, you should be getting out here within the next 5 to 10 minutes, probably 5 minutes. This is moving so quick, it'd probably be 5 minutes. Akiak is just getting out as well. The core of this, where they're probably seeing the heaviest of the rain, the gustiest of the winds, maybe even a little bit of hail right now, is dead center in Presque County. So just south of M68. Let's see what the winds are doing currently. So still definitely have some extremely gusty winds. I don't like that. I don't know if I've ever seen that. What is that orange? That can't be anything, right? '66? Okay, so still extremely gusty. Well, I guess it's translating on my other radar too. So wow, the winds are back up and cranking. That's wild. So, Belknap, if anyone knows anybody in Belknap, yeah, right here. This is 68, 70 mile an hour winds. So it's definitely could translate to the surface to 68 mile an hour winds. This is Presque County, northeast lower peninsula in Michigan. Weak storms in central Wisconsin. Cape is 6,000. What could it do? Nothing. That's why you have weak storms in Wisconsin right now, because it's capped. Let's take a look at that. What's that sound? No, it's just wind, man. It's just a gust bag. It's just gusty winds. So that's good news. No rotation. Just extremely gusty winds. Yeah. Well, this is snaking out a little bit. Is it going into Mount Morenzi? Yeah, a little bit. Snaking into Mount Morenzi a little bit. It might sneak into Alpena County a little bit. But again, the bulk of it is right here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them extend this towards Posen. We'll cut the tail off of Sheboygan here shortly. But probably 12:30, I would assume. Like 10 people in Belknap. But definitely very gusty winds. I mean, gusty. Ooh, that got even gustier. I didn't even know that would be possible. Man, those are some dark oranges. I didn't even know orange was a color. $70. Yeah. So that's impressive. This storm is still holding on to quite a bit of wind. The thing is, in front of it, there's not much going on. So yeah, these areas in southeast Presque Isle County, be ready and prepped for some extremely gusty winds. These are definitely damaging winds. 70 miles per hour is no joke, especially if they translate to the surface. So just be prepped and ready here for areas in southeastern Presque Isle County. You're looking at, there you go, cut it off. So they're keeping the winds right here. This goes until 12:15, so 10 more minutes. But again, the reason you're seeing those winds aloft is because it is moving east at 65 miles per hour. Flooding in the yard? I bet you there's going to be so much saturated ground. The thing is, we've been so wet already, like through spring, like we just have not had a break from systems. Granted, we haven't had much severe weather, but we've just had a lot of moisture. Then again, Presque Isle County, you probably haven't had a ton of moisture, but I know we have had a ton of rain on the east side. I'm kind of confused on why they haven't warned this for Presque Isle and Posen. But this is definitely moving fast. That is for sure. It's moving so fast it's outrunning the warning. Storm has formed up in the UP. How exciting for you. Has it? See, these ones are now in the south winds. So these aren't going to move east. Marquette? No, that's not Marquette. Is Marquette Fort down? I think that's Marquette. There we go. Yeah, there's one near Gwynn in central UP. Oh, they are moving east. I don't think it'll do anything though. Man, look how weak those have gotten. No, I don't think that'll amount to much. So yeah, right now, still holding on to this warning until 12:15, so 7 more minutes here for Presque Isle County for you to kind of hunker down, take shelter from the rain, the wind. I'm really thinking, I'm actually kind of wondering why they haven't, oh, they just kept the winds. So they kept the, holy smokes. That can't be right, can it? Is it that windy in Presque Isle County right now? I have to think this is something off the lake playing tricks. What? No way. Heidi, is it this windy? Like, I don't know, man. That base velocity just seems ridiculous. See, like, that seems better. But again, who knows? It's winds aloft, man. But I think that's why they're holding on to this warning, because it doesn't make sense to me, right? So if you look at this, this does not reflect bad, right? This reflects as some heavier rain, maybe some small hail here just southwest of Belknap, but there isn't much in the warning box. This is worse than what's in the box. So I'm assuming these winds right here are the reason they're holding on to the warning. I have to assume you're still seeing some extremely gusty winds at the surface for Presque Isle County. But over here, it's mainly just heavy rain, maybe some small hail. Over here, you guys are dealing with possible wind gusts up of 70. That's wild. And it follows the warning perfectly. Like, look at the yeah, see? Those winds are all within the warning. Whereas down here, you definitely have much more rain, but look, there's no wind. That's wild. What's lightning look like? Man, you guys are getting belted with winds right now. I wonder if it's off the lakes. I wonder if you guys are getting help off the lake. Oh, I mean, there's lightning. Interesting. So I wonder if they let this go, or if they let it expire. Again, Rogers City, all the way down to Belknap, just south of that, severe thunderstorm warning until 12:15. Again, Presque Isle heading towards Posen. Yeah, you might have some nasty weather coming in, but it's not severe. Back there is where the winds are. The winds are wild. It is wild. Not windy here. Storm relative velocity? Yeah, that's crazy. It's got to be off the lake. Oh. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. It's like additional wind off the lake. Crazy. That'd be crazy. No wind in Rogers City? Really? Oh, wait. Let's see if you guys... yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just not translating at the surface. It's just all in the atmosphere. Because, like, look at that. There is... the only reason I can think that they're keeping you guys in the warning is because of this right here. The orange is 70 mile an hour winds aloft. So I'm feeling like they're keeping you there keeping you in the warning because of that. Just passed through Moltke, headed to Rogers City, was dark as night during. Yeah, definitely going to be, it's worse to the east, Marie. Yeah, definitely are. My trees are still. Really? Okay. So it's definitely not translating to the surface then. Well, that's good news, I guess. Marie, I think my buddy Travis is from there. I think he's from Moltke. Well, it's definitely going a little bit south. Hillman might get a shower. Might make its way into Alpena County. I would assume they're going to let this expire. I don't think we're going to see a new one by any means. 15 seconds. But yeah, I don't know why this wasn't issued a warning. This has been an interesting system, man. Just passed through Hawks. Were there any Hawks in Hawks? Let's see here. $12.15. I'm gonna let it expire. Man, it is definitely. I don't know. This might get another one. I don't know if they're gonna do it or not. I think it might. I don't know. All right, so warning up. We don't have any warnings, but we do still have this system. I'm going to leave it up for a quick second. I'm going to go get more water, go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back before we wrap things up. Just heavy rains here in Posen. Trees are barely moving. Really? Okay. So they must. It must just be kind of heavy rain. No wind, which kind of shocks me. This was such a windbag, and then all of a sudden became, nope, I'm not doing it anymore. Wait, why is the warning still there? Yeah, Travis, yeah. Good buddy of mine. Right now in northeast Montmorency County and now northwest Alpena County. Yeah. So you're going to see this kind of branch out a little bit, but I don't foresee it making its way too far south. Alpena will probably get just a little bit of rain, maybe a thunderstorm. But the majority of this is done. So yeah, it's kind of losing a little bit of steam even. Yeah, this is now on its way into Canada. So I think we call it there, guys. It was a good morning. So yeah, showers, storms, still holding on to some heavier rain here. But like someone just told in Posen, it's just heavy rain, no wind. So I'm guessing this has kind of lost its luster. It's probably up here a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if you do get some brief gusty winds, maybe some heavy rain, small hail towards Alpena, just because they haven't seen anything yet. But again, we'll see how that plays out. But I think that's going to do it for me. We've been live for 6 hours. But thank you everybody who's been here today. Hopefully we gave you a little bit more time, a little bit of reassurance. Hopefully everybody's safe. Hopefully nobody got caught in the rain, the hail, the wind. But I appreciate you all being here. We will be back this evening with your news and forecasts. Meteorologist John Gross will have that for you. But what you need to know is be safe in this heat. It is going to really heat up now. The storms are gone. Now we're going to see the heat move into northern Michigan. So make sure you guys are staying hydrated. Have fun during the heat and enjoy it, but make sure you're just taking care of yourselves. So appreciate you all being here. You guys are the best. Hopefully everyone has a wonderful weekend, and I will catch you guys Monday. Bye, everybody.